Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the January 18th, 2022 public comment session. It is now 5:32 p.m. Public comment provides the opportunity to bring issues to the attention of the Board of Education. This is an opportunity for the board to listen. As a general rule, the board will not respond to any comments made by speakers. All speakers are asked to sign in on the sign-in log and complete a blue sign-in form on the table. You are reminded that you can sign in ahead of time by calling the board secretary or online at the Board of Education website. Write legibly and fill in all information so we can organize comments by topic and priority. Public comment sign-in will end at 6 p.m. The order in which speakers will be called is as follows: students, speakers referencing an agenda-related item, and then others in the order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the past 3 months. After you have spoken, please leave your forms or a copy of your presentation with Ms. Abrams. Audience members are asked to remain quiet during public comment so all may hear. Speakers are advised that any complaint or issue related to personnel must be made in writing. For your own legal protection and the legal rights of staff, please do not include identifiers of St. Paul Public School employees, such as names, job titles, grades taught, or work location. Each presentation will be timed, and the black box on the counter rail will beep and show an amber light when 1 minute is left, and a red light will show when time is up. When time is up, speakers are asked to complete their statement immediately. The time allotment may be reduced to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comments within the 30 minutes allocated. Individuals will be allotted 3 minutes tonight. If a large group wishes to address one subject, they may be asked to coordinate amongst themselves to present their subject within a time allotted by the chair. Speakers are asked to be respectful in making their presentations. Any disrespectful conduct by the speaker will result in forfeiting speaking time. Audience members are likewise expected to be respectful of speakers. Disrespectful conduct may result in your being asked to leave the room or in the chair or board calling a recess. Please begin by stating your name only. No additional information, such as address, is necessary. And our first speaker this evening is Yasmina Banat.
Hello, my name is Yasmina Banat, and I'm an 8th grader attending. Protect lives over learning, not the other way around. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Yasmina. Our next speaker is Allie Parker. Our next speaker, Grace Philippon.
Hi, everyone. I don't have a particularly organized speech for you of any kind. I only decided to do public comment about half an hour ago. I know that I'm a student in SPPS. I spend time in Central every day, and most of you do not. I occasionally see members of you either at school events or throughout the city organizing different things, but you're not in the building every day like so many students in our city. 2 of my 7 teachers are currently out of school with COVID, and a third just returned from quarantine. I'm not learning. I go to school, and I sit for 7 hours, and we have work days, and my teachers do the absolute best that they possibly can, but I am not getting the education that I would be getting in non-COVID years, which obviously everybody knows, but it is an enormous issue. And not only that, but students are struggling with mental health and have been for years. We have been for the entire time. And all I can say is that If you're considering taking away mental health supports rather than adding them, you're going in the wrong direction. My peers are anxious, depressed, afraid, lacking resources from family, and lacking resources from the school district. Many students don't know how to access the resources that are there, and when they know how to access them, they go, but there aren't enough. There aren't enough to go around. Counselors are in schools, but counselors often refers to career readiness counselors, not necessarily mental health professionals. It's a crisis, and we are living with it every day, and that is affecting not only the quality of our education, but the quality of our lives. And so I would ask that if we are unable to be in schools safely with KN95 masks and regular testing for teachers and students, that we go into distance learning, because whatever's happening right now isn't working for us. And I'd also like to address in my last minute some of the lack of communication between the board and the students. I know that staff and families, as in parents, often receive communication from the board in terms of just this email sent this afternoon. Parents got an email and staff got an email. And I found out about your plan for distance learning throughout the schools, school by school, from people that weren't me. I don't get emails from you, and I find out information secondhand. That's not transparency to me at all. I hope that in the future you send emails directly to us, at least all of the high school students in SPPS, and ideally some middle school students as well, because we know what's happening in our schools and we want updates on what's going on and what's being decided about our futures. It seems unfair to me that I have to find out information about what my learning is going to look like from others, and I would like direct communication as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Our next speaker, Kirsty Dorr.
Members of the school board, Superintendent Dr. Gothard, I'm here to encourage you to vote yes tonight on naming the cafeteria of Horace Mann after Mike Holleran. Mike worked at Horace Mann for 28 years and 31 total in the district. He was planning on retiring, rumor has it. He even had pushed it back a few times so that he could take care of his building during COVID to make sure that people had a safe, clean building. I ask you to vote yes, that he didn't die in vain coming to work every day in person so the essential employees knew their children were safe. I ask you to vote yes, also to show all the rest of us that showed up in person so that buildings could be open for meals, childcare, and support programs, that we do matter, and that when one person on our team did give the ultimate sacrifice after 3 decades in the school district, it did not go unnoticed. I ask you to vote yes to show his family the years that Mike put in something meant something. I also I ask you to vote yes to show that in the district that all roles in this district matter for us, the custodians, to you, the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Our next speaker is Sherry Albrecht.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the administration for keeping schools open. iPad days are not school. First graders logging into a couple of Google Meets is not school. These kids do not learn on their iPads. It is obvious. Standardized test results also confirm it. Teachers complain that teaching to kids on iPads is hard, but now that is what the teachers union is asking for. This is not something where points should be given out for effort. The focus should be on whether kids are learning. Members of this board have made statements that the schools should be closed because no one is learning. Those comments are embarrassing and should be repudiated by the members of the board and the administration. If the goal is to educate kids, there should be 0 iPad days. If school truly needs to get canceled, something that no one is recommending at the state or national government level, those days should be made up in person. If school truly needs to close and the need is only temporary, it should be no trouble to temporarily add those days back onto the end of the school year. The current version of COVID is a mild illness, and the school's policies need to reflect that. Canceling school would never have been on the table if the current version of the illness had been the first one that circulated. We probably wouldn't even know its name. If you close school now, there is no end in sight. If you make a decision that is not rational or based on data, if you pretend that there are no harms from closing school, what would be the reason for reopening? It appears that employee absences are resulting from quarantine and isolation requirements rather than the illness itself. Is anyone tracking that? The days of actual illness compared with the days of being kept out of school because of quarantine rules? More than a quarter of school employees have chosen not to protect themselves by getting vaccinated, right? The new policy announced today for closing schools based on how many teachers in a building have taken the day off sets up an incentive for teachers to take the day off. The teachers union has made it clear that they like iPad days. The new policy is not tied to COVID. Can teachers take days off for any reason and force children to miss out on learning time? What can a family do but sit and wait to find out whether teachers are going to respond to the clear incentives that have been set up? Parents got a survey asking whether they like the idea of taking random days off throughout the rest of the school year. No reason was given. This reflects a continuing failure to grasp the importance of school for actually educating kids. Again, thank you to the administration for keeping my first grader in school. She really loves it, and you have exceeded my expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Our next speaker is Edward Reynoso.
Good evening. My name is Edward Reynoso. I'm the Director of Political and Legislative Affairs for Teamsters Local 320. I solely come here today to introduce myself. I do know several of you, but more so to let you know that I will be calling. A little bit of who we are as a footprint in St. Paul Public Schools. Teamsters Local 320 represents a little over 1,000 members in this school district. We represent bus drivers, food service, and hundreds of teachers' assistants. You know, my goal here is not only today but in the future is to build friendships and relationships, but most importantly, long-term partnerships in arriving at the same goals. You know, it's all about creating good jobs with good wages to build strong communities. So I look forward to working with each one of you, and very short presentation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Edward. I'm just going to return to our list to see if Allie Parker is with us. And according to my list, we have no more folks signed up for public comment. Is there anyone here who signed up who has not had a chance to speak? Okay. If there's someone who'd like to come up and speak, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Sosa, and I am a senior at high school, and I am the senior class president. The district is currently downplaying the seriousness of this virus. We, the students, cannot allow that anymore. 3 out of 6 of my teachers were out today. Did I learn anything valuable in those classes? No. We need to end this cycle. And not only is our education at risk, but also vulnerable lives, lives of which most are by POC. I'm here to represent my community because this has now become a race issue. Our voices are being pushed back, which I'm sure some of you have experienced. I have a grandmother back at home who has many health conditions, and we share a room, and I would hate to be the person to give her COVID due to the district's irresponsibility. My peers have siblings at home who can't get vaccinated yet, and we are at a time where we can make technology work for us and find better ways to go about distance learning. Let's find a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public comment?
Good evening. So today, as you all may know, today many high schools held a walkout, which was very crucial in being an outlet and coming together as a community of students to show our main need, which is safety. And I know, yes, you guys do know this information, but I'm just here to repeat how important it is and how much you need to take it into account. Minnesota is experiencing a surge of COVID-19 cases as of January 15. The state was topping 10,500 COVID cases a day, and hospitals are overflowing. We need N95 masks as they are important in effectiveness, and cloth masks, which are very commonly worn, especially in SPPS, do not protect students, and these do very little in preventing like small particles from and also contracting the virus. This is one of the reasons why Omicron is also spreading so badly here. Schools must be given enough tests, as students may lack transportation for an actual testing site or the money for actually buying a test. Not to mention how many students, around 80%, being non-white and living in marginalized communities with very little information and resources about COVID, such as masking, vaccine scheduling, and also COVID-19 symptoms, education regarding that, and having students be more aware of how to handle when they have the virus, which is how we can get more people to understand the importance of slowing the spread. We may think this is common information for people to know the dangers of the virus, but it's not enough. Last week, a student told a teacher about that COVID isn't real after being told to put up their mask. It is affecting everyone, not just students, not just educators, but also their families, who may include high risk and immunocompromised persons. The district must seek out student voices. SPPS, the largest school district, is not online despite having so many students in crowded classrooms where students are not able to social distance properly. We should not live with ignorance and comfort at the risk of a whole community's lives out of convenience, and the facts are in front of us and we need to act. We need to follow suit with the other districts. I understand it's very difficult, but it is what is needed, and that comes with the work from the districts, between the families and the students and the staff. You need to listen. And yes, it's extremely unwanted, again, to be online for everyone, but this is what we have to do, and it's what we should have known from the beginning. The district needs to do a better job at communicating with students, families, and teachers, learning what we're facing in these schools. Right now, we are reactively approaching rather than preventatively, and we still haven't really started. It's unfortunate as we aren't prepared as I'd like us to be. We need this 2-week reset in order to get our staff and students back in school safely, leading up to the decline of Omicron. Not a metric that only focuses on staffing issues that does not take into account students with the virus and proper PPE. Do not move away from acting responsibly for the safety of the students, and especially do not pass this harsh work to the already overwhelmed staff and overlook their demands. Remember who our community consists of and how we are affected. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Public comment?
Hello again for the fourth time in here. My name is Antonio Rodriguez. As a parent of 2 kids in Galtier, school was closed. We are ready to move forward and start a new transition to the new school, the new year with excitement, and put it all the energy and love to the new school with the new friends and new community. But knowing that the enrollment at Hamlin is low, I want to make sure that Hamlin, as a Hamlin community and Hamlin school, will receive any kind of support and to don't repeat the same mistake that we had before in the past, and to improve the education of our kids and keep the families attracting to the Midway School. I will hate to come back here again in 4 years, 3 years, begging you, imploring you, crying to don't close the school. That was awful. Well, you made promises when you present the Envision plan. It sounds great, those promises, but I hope that promises are more than words and you follow and accomplish those promises. Saying that, we want to make attractive the school for the whole families, and my question is, how the district is gonna help the parents? Can we have some changes on the schedule? Are we gonna have art, music, and science teacher covering all the helping the principal with an assistant, possibility to have a playground. That playground in Galtier, it was the big glue for all the families to be together. And we made really good friends because our kids were playing in that playground. It sounds probably not super important, but that built a community, that playground. I really wish that we can have a waiting list of at Hamlin Elementaries to people trying to come to the school and try to join the school, but we need your help. Please, I said that before, and I hope you can interact with us. I hope you can go to the school and talk with parents before anything wrong happen again. One of you can go to the school, talk to us, have meetings, take a tour, listen to us, have our ideas in mind, and keep it in mind. And just don't make the same mistake and don't close our Hamlin School. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Antonio. Just going to read from who I've got on my list here. Anna Peters.
Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, thank you. Happy New Year. Nice to see some new faces and the same faces. I am a Galtier mom, and I have some of the same points that Antonio made, but it's because we've been talking to many Galtier families, and so we're trying to represent multiple voices as best we can. Galtier families are talking about the merge, of course, with Hamlin. Many appear to be taking that move seriously, and we just have concerns that Hamlin will not receive the investment that it needs to thrive, because that was our experience at Galtier. So probably understandable that we are a little bit scared that history will repeat itself. So our math, when we kind of add up the math, if all of the Galtier families move to Hamlin, by our calculation, it still wouldn't be the enrollment that the district would deem a sustainable number. So families really want a commitment from the district and from the board that that you'll invest in Hamlin so we don't have to face another closure in the next coming years. We want to see the programs and the specialists that were presented in the Envision plan that will make for a well-rounded education. So even if Hamlin ends up with fewer students next year, like not enough by the definition, don't give our kids less. On the contrary, any organization that wishes to grow must invest resources with the investment of real resources, so funding for staffing and teaching positions so that they're there responding to kids' needs every single day, funding for recruitment to grow the enrollment, real recruitment efforts that are based in relationships, authentic partnerships, not just passing out flyers, real recruitment efforts. Those kinds of investments, Hamlin will grow. So, you don't have to be in business to understand that an organization that wants to grow needs resources to do so. So I feel like I'm repeating myself. But if Hamlin's enrollment kind of comes up short in the fall or in the coming years, I don't think that will be on us. Families who are considering Hamlin but are not yet sold on the idea really want to see a few things. So a later start time, and I understand that's already in conversation. The 9:30 start time was a big reason for some families to choose Galtier, and there are some families who I know have said, we can't choose Hamlin if it starts at 7:30, period. Better playground, it sounds a little funny, but honestly, Galtier's playground was a beating heart of the neighborhood, and we're leaving that behind, so we just wish we could have the same caliber. And then an overall facility upgrade at Hamlin, my understanding is that it's kind of low on the master facility plan. I think that because the district was willing to disrupt neighborhoods at such a high level, I would hope that the facilities plan could also be disrupted just to respond to that and to respond to the experience that families are going through. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Gonna just, the last couple names I have, Allie Parker, one more time, Nate Rosen. Is there anyone else? We've got a couple minutes. Do one more. Okay. And if you could just please state your name for us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Anderson, and I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I guess I would like to just quickly address two things. The first, what got me up here is previous comments about how teachers must like iPad days, and I'm shocked to hear that, and I would ask for data around that. I'm a parent of two at Wellstone Elementary. The teachers at Wellstone are amazing. I feel like every single year we win the lottery again. And I don't know any teacher that I've come across at Wellstone who would prefer an iPad day. So anyway, before we take the previous comments to heart, I would strongly encourage you get data to back that up, and I would be shocked if there is. Secondly, I did just speak out at the rally. I spoke about my son's experience with the mental health supports at Wellstone Elementary and how they just really lifted us as a family. And I do have a question to pose to the board. Many of you were in favor of Envision SPPS. The board in total approved Envision SPPS. That is all about apparently a well-rounded school, well-rounded education for all kids. And so I include, and I believe the district includes mental health in that as a well-rounded education, having a social worker, having counselors, nurses in schools. And so I would ask the board, now that you are tasked with moving forward with Envision SPPS, to keep that in mind, and hopefully you can support educators, staff, in the schools as they fight for inclusion of mental health supports in their contract. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thanks to all who came tonight to public comment. This concludes our public comment session for tonight. We'll convene our Board of Education meeting at 6:05. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so that's on red.
All right, 6:05, and let's get started.
What happened to the gavel banging?
Oh. Good evening, welcome to the January 18th, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education. The time is 6:06. We will now move to roll call provided by our Board Clerk, Chantel Allen.
Director Ward,
Present.
Director Vu,
Here.
Director Allen, present. Director Kopp,
Here.
Director Ellis,
Here.
Director Foster,
Here.
Director Henderson.
Here.
As a reminder, public comment is now available in person prior to each regular meeting of the Board of Education. Public comment will begin at 5:30, and the regular meeting of the Board will begin at 6:05. Members wishing to speak may visit the public comment section of the Board of Education website for more information. Next, I move to approve the order of the main agenda with one change, to move new business to precede the superintendent's report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion to approve the order agenda passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is recognitions, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Wonderful, Chair Vu, members of the board, welcome. And tonight we have a few recognitions, some students and some community partners, and some of our very own, a little surprise off the script for our board members. But to start tonight, I'm introducing our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Kate Wilcox-Harris.
Chair Vu, directors of the board, Superintendent Gothard, it is my privilege and pleasure to bring student recognitions to you today. We have two students who will join me today. Please join me in recognizing Marcos Chacon Villeda is a LEAP student from El Salvador who will graduate with the class of 2023. I want to be sure that you can see him. All right. He enrolled at LEAP in May of 2024, May of 2021, as an EL Level 2 student, because the math matters here. His math teacher immediately noticed his strength in mathematics and recommended advanced options for him. He took Calculus 1 at LEAP during the fall of 2021 and then enrolled in Calculus 1 at St. Paul College for the spring of 2022. And he did this through his PSEO program. So there are teachers that are supporting him, including I heard Ms. Carmen, who couldn't be here tonight, and others, but several are here tonight. He is one of 3 LEAP students taking PSEO classes in the spring 2022 semester, but the only student taking an advanced math course. In addition, he has been accepted into 3M's summer internship program for the summer of 2022. So please join me in acknowledging and congratulating Marco. Now, also, please join me in acknowledging Sarita Toledo, a senior at LEAP High School. She was born in Texas and raised in Michoacan, Mexico. She received the prestigious Quest Bridge full tuition, full ride, as we say, scholarship and will enroll at Denison University, a premier liberal arts college, in Granville, Ohio, in the fall of 2022. Where she plans to major in biochemistry so that she can be a pre-med student. She was one of 1,674 match scholarship recipients out of more than 16,500 applicants. Sarita is Leap High School's first student to win the Quest Bridge Scholarship. Congratulations, Sarita. And Sarita would like to greet you tonight briefly.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we are, Marcus and I are thankful for this recognition and also thankful with our teachers for all their support. And as well, thank you to the school board for keeping LEAP open.
And just to have the last word, Principal Rose Santos, LEAP.
Thank you. I'm so proud to introduce to you my students on their path to greatness. And I'd like to introduce the teachers who came to support them. I have two counselors, Rosa Mirashiro, Didi Malagado, and Tom Doyle, who is a language arts teacher. Thank you so much for always listening to our concerns, and thank you for your support, school board members and administration. We really appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you.
Excellent. Great job, LEAP students and community. Our second year in a row having a Quest Bridge student at SPPS. That's a really great tradition and trend that we can look to keep here in SPPS. Now I'm going to introduce Chief of Staff Cedric Baker. I have to tell everyone that there's one time a year that Chief Baker gets excited, and it's when we recognize our marvelous mitten makers. I think the first year he and I were part of that recognition. It was really a unique experience for both of us. But to know that there's this group that for years has taken care of children in this community just really warms our hearts. So it's always a great honor to share about their work. Chief Baker.
Thanks, Dr. Gothard. Chair Vu, members of the board, audience, I am excited. I am elated. Actually, I have the distinct privilege to introduce truly outstanding district partners, the Marvelous Mitten Makers. The Marvelous Mitten Makers have been working to keep SPPS students warm during the cold Minnesota winters for more than 35 years. They are a local group of volunteers who handmade mittens, hats, scarves, and other cold weather items. All year long, the 120 volunteers knit, crochet, and sew items, which are then collected and stored by SPPS Office of Family Engagement and Community Partnerships. In October, schools and programs send in their requests and then their items and are then sorted, bagged, and sent to each school. In 2021, the volunteers donated more than 19,000 cold weather clothing items to over 50 SPPS schools and programs. The Marvelous Mitten Makers also donated baby and adult blankets and clothing items to organizations such as the Dorothy Day Center, the Union Gospel Mission, Listening House, and Health Starts Clinic. And so with that, I would like to truly acknowledge them. But before we do, I would like to also acknowledge the Office of Family Engagement and Community Partnerships, Dana Abrams, Heather Kilgore, and specifically Penny Bourne. Would you stand, please? Penny works in the Office of Family Engagement and Community Partnerships, and she, of course, she will not take all the credit, but I would say almost single-handedly coordinates all of the efforts. And so with that, I would also say thank you so much for all your hard work in coordinating that, and thank you for the Marvelous Mitten Makers.
Thank you, Chief Baker. One final one here. I'd like to share a couple recognitions from the Minnesota School Boards Association. The Minnesota School Boards Association, MSBA, if you've heard it called that, recently had their annual convention. And we have a couple board members who were recognized for different milestones or different degrees that they reach in terms of their work with MSBA. The first is our Vice Chair, Jessica Kopp. I'm going to present her with a certificate. She has completed the Leadership Development Program, phases 1, 2, 3, and 4. which is it's a commitment. And granted, with things being virtual, it might be a little bit more convenient, but it is nevertheless a way that our board members can collaborate with other board members and learn some of the things from the Minnesota School Boards Association that can really help them apply it to their own districts. So, Vice Chair, congratulations. I'd also like to recognize Zuki Ellis. Director Ellis has completed 300 or more hours of attendance at MSBA sponsored meetings and activities, 300 hours. And she's done this, I know in the past, she's taken part in the phase trainings, but she is also for the past, was it 4 years? 4 years was the delegate for MSBA representing Minneapolis and St. Paul. Now, you might wonder what that is. Well, each year they create a political advocacy brief that is shared at the Capitol. And of course, that has to come from all districts in the entire state. And we know that we have a real champion for the Twin Cities when Zuki Ellis shows up at those meetings, because I often got texts from her on Saturdays and even Sundays saying, what's going on here? She really fought for us and really put a lot of passion and time into making sure that she was representing our urban core cities here in Minneapolis and St. Paul. So Zuki, I know that you completed your term as the delegate. Congratulations to that, and congratulations on 300 hours. That is a wonderful milestone. Congratulations. Chair Vu, that's it for recognitions.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. Next, I move to approve the order of the consent agenda with these items pulled for separate considerations. Item A2, acceptance of gift from Thielen Foundation has been requested to be pulled for general overview. Also E14, permission to purchase COVID-19 test kits from Vault Health. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Foster. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next, I move to approve the minutes of these meetings. Minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Education, December 14th, 2021. Also, minutes of the annual meeting of the Board of Education, January 4th, 2021. Do I have a second? Second. 2022, I apologize. But the first one was December 4th, December 14th, 2021. Minutes of the regular meeting of the board. The second was the annual meeting of the Board of Education, January 4th, 2022. I made a correction. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Director Ward. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is committee reports. And we will begin with the report January 4th, 2022, Committee of the Board meeting. And I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Kopp.
Thank you, Chair. At the Committee of the Board meeting on January 4th, 2022, Superintendent Gothard welcomed everyone to the new year of 2022. He introduced Monroe Thornton, our new district-wide athletic coordinator in SPPS. He went on to share the adaptations of the team through COVID and challenges, especially with the increasing case rates in Omicron variant. A brief update on staffing was provided as well within transportation. The resolution regarding vaccinations for staff is also planned to be brought before the board for further discussion at an upcoming regular meeting. A brief update on the work around COVID-19 and SPPS was also shared, including the sharp increase in positive cases, safety measures, and vaccine effectiveness. Details on opportunities to receive the vaccine were also provided. Discussion on this information focused on the communication with families regarding transportation, data of the number of students impacted by transportation issues and absences, efforts to recruit staff to substitute teach and bus driver positions, details on the process for vaccine acknowledgement by staff, the process of staffing with teachers on call and fill rates, further details on contact tracing, as well as questions on the absentee count and process for alerting schools of a positive case in families. The next presentation was the audit report year ended June 30th, 2021. The board requested information on the impacts of COVID-19 within this year and into the future, as well as details on the corrective action plans. The board and administration thank both the finance team as well as the audit team from MMKR for their diligent work in this year's audit. The board approved the recommended motion to accept the audit report year ended June 30th, 2021.
Sorry. I move the board accept the report on January 4th, 2022 committee of the board meeting and approve the recommended motions and minutes of the meeting as published. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen. Yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next, we move on to new business, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard to introduce his first item, naming Horace Mann Cafeteria in honor of Michael Halloran.
Thank you very much, Chair Vu, members of the board. In the fall of 2020, we lost a special member of the SPPS community, custodian Mike Halloran from Horace Mann Elementary. Tonight we have Mike's family, including his wife Carol, is with us, some of his colleagues, staff from Horace Mann Elementary, to share an update about the special way they would like to honor Mr. Mike at Horace Mann. With that, I'll turn it over to Horace Mann Principal, Mr. Jim Litwin, and Director of Facilities, Tom Parent.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Chair Vu, members of the board, audience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening in support of the agenda item for the dedication of the cafeteria at Horace Mann in honor of Mike Halloran. My name is Jim Litwin, and I come to you today as principal and as representative of the Horace Mann school community. I come in grief at a loss, but also in celebration of a life. As Dr. Gothard said, Carol Halloran is here, Mike's wife, and I do want to acknowledge her. She didn't want to come up, but I did want her to be acknowledged. Last spring, I asked the school community and our PTA how we might honor Mike's legacy. I took the ideas that were shared and met with Carol. Together, we came up with the idea to dedicate a space at Horace Mann School and to start a lunch fund for the students. Mike was our head engineer for 28 years. He literally worked for decades, making Horace Mann School the best it could be. I remember fondly his sense of humor. I remember how he could fix anything. I remember his soft heart for the kids who got in trouble. I think Mike saw a little bit of himself in them. I remember how he was willing to help me with community service for those students when they made a mistake that needed to be fixed. I remember how he came to after-school events and activities, even though his workday was long done. I remember how he kept the building and the cafeteria clean. I remember his dedication and his hard work. In the 14 years we worked together, I can't remember Mike ever taking a sick day. The only time he was ever gone was in the summer, taking his vacation. In the end, Mike caught COVID in October of 2020 and wasn't able to fight off the illness in the days before vaccines and treatments. He passed away on November 7th, 2020. Carol has asked me to share his story and to encourage anyone listening to please get vaccinated and boosted. Tonight, I'm requesting permission to dedicate the Horace Mann School cafeteria and rename it Mike Halloran Hall. In addition, his family will create a lunch fund for students in need at Horace Mann School. What better way to honor the memory of a man who demonstrated service, dedication, and hard work than renaming a space he cleaned every day and in which he interacted with the students and staff, and to provide lunches for the children whom he cared so much about. Thank you.
Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Principal Litwin, thank you for that beautiful, touching commemoration of Mike. We are, as a facilities department, still terribly at a loss without Mike part of our ranks. The notion before you tonight is a step for us to grieve together and heal. As Mike passed during some of the darkest days of the pandemic, we didn't get that chance to come together and heal and show our respect for Carol and Ryan and Emily, his 2 children, in a way that allows us to really honor all that he gave us. Mike left a really big hole in our department. And I know, as you heard tonight in public comment, really just a love for him and the ability to celebrate his life and all that he gave us is just such a touching tribute to his legacy. You know, I can tell you, Mike would hate this at the moment. The center of attention is not his thing. But, you know, to be able to use this as an opportunity to raise up and celebrate the work of all of the members of our custodial team and all of the years that Mike gave this organization and our custodial operation is just, I believe, a tremendously touching tribute to his legacy. So thank you for letting us put this item before you, and thank you again.
At this time, I'll open up to questions or comments from board members. I just want to say, coming from someone who lost a loved one and knowing that that loved one spent the majority of their life in St. Public Schools and how St. Public Schools was a big part, can be a big part of someone like Mike Halloran spent as many years as he did in St. Public Schools committing to the work that he did. I'm very encouraged to see how the community came together, the Horace Mann community came together to honor him in this way. And to the family of Mike Halloran, this may seem like something small in the grand scheme of things, you dealing with your grief, what we could do for Mike Halloran. But I just want to let you know that we appreciate his service.
To the Halloran family, Carol, the Horace Mann community as well, I've spent a good part of my life around schools, and one thing I will say is that from time to time, family do show up to see that special place that is honoring their name. And it's always a unique reminder of the role that schools play in our community. And just know that though Mike is no longer with us, that your name being in Horace Mann School will be there forever and forever part of your family. So please make sure that with this motion and this process beginning, we're also opening the doors to the future for your family to always have a place in St. Paul Public Schools at Horace Mann School. Thank you.
That I move to approve the request to name the Horace Mann School cafeteria in honor of Mike Halloran. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next. Next, we will move on to the new business item of the bond sales. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Chair Vu, members of the board. Tonight before you, we have our annual set sale on our general obligation bonds. Our Controller, Arlene Schilling, will lead us through tonight's presentation with help from Baker Tilly, and she'll introduce our guest from Baker Tilly. There are 3 action items before you tonight, and Arlene, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, members of the community. As Dr. Gothard has stated, we do have 3 resolutions before you tonight. These are 3 what we call set sale bond resolutions, the first of which is for our standard $15 million of bond sales for capital projects. The second one is a follow-up to what those who were on the board in July, you had approved a long-term facilities maintenance plan. And so we have the set sale for the bonds for our health and safety and long-term facility maintenance program. And the third resolution that you'll have is for bond refunding. We have with us tonight Kelly Smith, who is a director with Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors, and he will go through with you what these resolutions are. Here's Mr. Kelly Smith.
Thank you, Arlene. Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, good to be with you tonight to address these resolutions. As Arlene said, these are called set sale resolutions, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're setting the sale process for these three separate bond sales. Arlene did mention the first one is an annual $15 million bond that the district issues. The second, really the process started in July with the approval of the 10-year long-term facilities maintenance plan. And this is a part of the funding to carry out that plan. And the third is a bond refunding. We're proposing this refunding for interest cost savings. This is refunding the 2014A bonds. And as of today, with current interest rates for a sale for a month from now, we're anticipating a little over $1 million in savings over the remaining life of those bonds, about $95,000 in savings per year. And I always like to emphasize that these savings do not go to the school district. They go back to the taxpayers as a credit on, as a lowering debt service payment starting in pay 23. So with that, I certainly open any questions, but there are three resolutions here that need to be addressed separately. The sale date is February 22nd on the board meeting, morning of that board meeting. We will accept electronic bids in our offices at 10 o'clock and then notify the district of the low bidders on each of those. And then formal approval would come at the board meeting that night. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
This time, is there any questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, we can proceed with the first motion. I move to approve the resolution providing the competitive sale of $15 million general obligation school funding bonds, Series 2022A, covenanting and obligating the district to be bound by and use the provisions of Minnesota statutes, Section 126C.55, to guarantee the payment of the principal and interest on the bonds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Foster. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen. Yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, I move to approve the resolution providing for the competitive sale of $21,555,000 general obligation facilities maintenance bonds, Series 2022B, covenanting and obligating the district to be bound by and use the provisions of Minnesota statutes, Sections 126C.55, to guarantee the payment of the principal and interest on the bonds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen. Yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Okay, vote passes 7-0. Finally, I move to approve the resolution providing for the competitive sale of $10,115,000 general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2022C, covenanting and obligating the district to be bound by and use the provisions of Minnesota statutes, Sections 126C.55, to guarantee the payment of the principal and interest of the bonds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Foster. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen. Yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Thank you. Next, we move on to the superintendent's report, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard to introduce tonight's report.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chair Vu, members of the board. Tonight, we're bringing several updates to you about the status of our schools mid-year with some of the challenges that we faced and to update you on our COVID-19 response. There will be several members of our team presenting tonight, along with our partners from St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health. They will be introduced to you here very shortly. To help us organize tonight's presentation, Chief Turner is going to take the wheel.
Thank you for your patience, Dr. Gothard, Chair Vu, members of the board. This evening, we do, as Dr. Gothard was sharing, have a presentation before you to give you progress on our school year. We came to you in August to talk about back to school and how we were prepared for back to school in a different type of year. And we wanted to take this time to provide progress on how we're doing, how we're actually learning and working through COVID. It is something we talk about a new normal, and we are definitely experiencing a new normal. And we wanted to share some of those successes, also some of the challenges with that. So tonight we do have a number of presenters and people who are going to help share some of the information with you this evening. We're going to go through and talk about some of the impact and provide an overview of what's been going on in the actual schools and in some of our programs. In spite of COVID, some of the operational supports and how we've had to make some of those adjustments and what we've learned from them. Spent quite a bit of time on health and wellness, looking a little bit into vaccinations, masks, and some of the other questions that community members as well as the board members have had. We also have some guests with us from Ramsey County that Director Langworthy will go into a little bit later. And then also there was, in the midst of all of this, you've heard about a couple of tonight, the board did pass Envision and just provide a short update on some of the activities going on in the impacted schools and throughout the district with Envision. And then close out with discussing some of the procedure changes that we'll be making in the event that schools, individual schools, were to make a temporary shift to virtual learning. Chief Collins will spend some time talking about that. We've want to share right up front that this presentation is has been moving and ongoing as that the information is dynamic and changing, and so we ask that you bear with us as that we will be also answering questions for you in real time. What may have been either posted earlier may have even changed from that is because we are trying to be as relevant and accurate as possible and transparent with the information as we are getting and changes that we are making. So with this, we're asking, it will be a short presentation, but really a dialogue. There will be conversation and time for questions and dialogue after each segment. So after we talk about the schools and programs, Vice Chair Vu will ask to take a pause and go over those questions, and then operational reports a pause. So I'll help get us through that. And I would ask that Executive Director McCarty join us at the dais to begin discussing some of the data and information that we have regarding our human resources and where we are currently with our staffing.
I have to get used to this, Chair Fu. Members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you for having me this evening. I want to talk about a little bit of a staffing update so that you are aware of where we are in the middle of the 21-22 school year. We provided this last year around this time, and I want to point out a couple of different things that are a little bit different when you look at the numbers. One of the things is that we had a large number of new hires in terms of adding teachers. So we added our What I Need Now teachers as well as job embedded PD. So that was about 150 teachers, which is much different than what we are used to seeing. We typically hire about 150 over the course of a school year and summer to get us ready for the next school year. So we added quite a bit. So as you look at the numbers, you'll see that that is indicated here as well. So where we are right now is we have clerical staff, our educational assistants, teaching assistants listed, school and community service professionals, as well as counselors, social workers, and teachers. And we provide this information because these are critical roles within the school building. And so you'll see that we're at about 32 and a half FTEs for clerical and educational assistants. That is kind of high at this time of year, so we do acknowledge that. As well as teaching assistants. We've had a number of teaching assistants that we weren't able to hire at the beginning of the school year, so this number reflects that as well. Our teacher number is about 56.2, and typically around this year, we will see about 20 or so teachers that we're looking to hire. That is a result of people sometimes leaving the profession, but retirements, early retirements, and so forth. And I believe that a lot of this is due to, again, just the increased teacher that we hired over the summer. Just to give you a comparison, when we did this update in August, we were at about 32 clerical staff, so not much change has changed there. And our teacher ranks were about, give me one moment here. And our teacher hires at the end of August were about 100 FTEs. So we've kind of come down from that number. And again, these are a result of continued resignations that we might see throughout the course of the year. They haven't really increased compared to last year, but that's a result of, again, some vacancies that we did not fill at the beginning of the school year and some retirements that happened during the course of the school year.
Thank you, Executive Director Marcotti. If you have questions regarding human resources, if you could just write those down and hold them, we'll get to those at the end of this portion of the segment. I'll be first to call on you, Director Ellis. As we think about online school, I just want all the credit should go to our site staff, school staff, also Assistant Superintendent Billy Chan for helping this make happen, and Director Adam Coons from Office of Alternative Learning Education, Alternative and Digital Education also, and most of all, our teaching staff. Our teaching staff really got into this program, innovative, and really worked together to offer a high-quality online program for, as you can see, the number of students there. We had close to 800 elementary students, another 200 middle school students, then about a little over 300 9 through 12 grade students. And we have another about 750 on the waiting list. At this particular time, administration is not recommending to increase the enrollment at the online school, but just wanted to provide an update with the numbers of where we are there. We do believe that there'll continue to be a demand for online learning for the upcoming school year. Therefore, we are continuing to work to continue an online program, both at the high school level as well as the elementary school for the fall of 22 school year. Our what we might call a survey, the online program is calling actually a student empathy interview. They have worked with students to get their perspective on how the school year is going, and they have really appreciated the flexibility as well as the innovativeness as teachers to help keep them engaged in the particular programming. With the alternative learning program in a similar suit, we've had to learn and adjust and how to make changes in spite of COVID. And we have seen over the last several months a significant increase in the number of high school students engaging in a different style of alternative learning. You might see in quarter one, it says there we had 828 students throughout, high school students throughout the district that was involved in different type of credit recovery than we've ever offered before. And now quarter two, that's already increased to 1,100. Some of the, previously to this, previously to COVID, students either took online or took extended day learning or credit recovery for high schools at the even high school. That was an option, or a site-based option. But with COVID, we saw the need to offer and extend credit recovery and have it look differently for our high school students to be more flexible. And so we've added some things that have really helped to increase the numbers. Specifically, I'd like to point out the Credit Recovery Network, which is a consortium of teachers working in their particular building, offering the online for students who need to make up that credit, but students come from all over the district. If you're a student at Hardin, or student at Highland, doesn't matter what your enrolled school is, you can take that credit at the network. And so what that helps to do is that we never have to turn away a student from being able to take a credit recovery class if they need it. That has been a huge addition. You will see that our extended day learning in elementary school, the numbers are drastically lower than our traditional years. But we have seen an increase over the last spring when we rolled out the extended day learning. Extended day learning programs are all in person. We're not in a position to offer any type of online programming and receive reimbursement from the state. So those programs do have to be in person. Some of the things that we've had to make adjustments is due to transportation, and you'll hear a little bit more about that, some of our challenges throughout COVID. With community ed classes have continued. And in fact, in some of our classes, because of the flexibility with being online and virtual, we've seen a 37% increase from last year. That adult community has just really grasped the ideal of being able to be flexible, work around the work schedules and family lifestyles, and have really seen an increase in our adult students re-engage in adult basic education. We also, early childhood family education continues. That's another one that has seen a huge increase since the fall. We started out with 345 students or families enrolled, and now at about 760. And again, that's the resilience of our families to keep moving forward, as well as the great staff there, often relative and innovative programming to meet families, both in person as well as online. As we continue to look at some of the other programs within community ed, one of the things I would like to point out here is the Discovery Club. We have seen some ups and downs within Discovery Club, as that during the initial part of the pandemic, when we were in a position to offer Discovery Club to everyone, we did see some families make some other options and choices. So really, community and Discovery Club right now is really working on rebounding, getting back to those pre-COVID numbers. As you know, that in order to be able to have programming, we need parents and we need enrollment there. That is a fee-based program. But since the spring of last year compared to today in June, it has almost doubled. So our goal is to get our Discovery Club back to the point where we were before COVID. That's a service that reaches a target market of a particular family, and we want to be able to continue to offer that high-quality service for child care. This year also in the spring, you'll see community education as well as the after-school program or extended day learning work a lot more closely together to offer more enriching hands-on classes and support with programs and partners that really look to be more engaging with hands-on materials. And I'll hope to share more with that with you later on in the spring. Some of the operational supports that have made some changes over facilities, I just like to ask Director Parent to just preview a little bit about what's happening there with keeping our students and staff safe.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. For us, this is a continuation of a lot of the protocols we put in place at the start of the pandemic as we took guidance from the CDC, ASHRAE, which is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, and other regulatory bodies to make sure that we had the right operational protocols in place. This slide is really highlighting a lot related to our work in the indoor air quality field, being able to modify how our systems run, how the level of filtration we provide the air, the amount of fresh air that we provide in all of our spaces. I'm tremendously pleased by the work of our testing and balancing crew, as well as our indoor air quality coordinator, to be able to go through and do a district-wide air quality monitoring assessment program from November through December of this year. So we touched every occupiable space in the district to get CO2 measurements and other observations that helped us understand the quality of the air that we were providing our staff. Tremendous results coming out of that. The ability to document the benefit that ARP funding, or excuse me, ESSER funding has had to make sure that we are responding to air quality concerns quickly and overall raising the quality of air distribution systems across the district have been a wonderful process for us to be part of. And certainly want to highlight too the work of our custodial crew in doing those regular disinfection protocols. As we understand, surface contact is not the source of transmission that we thought it was at the start of the pandemic, but being able to take some of those lessons learned and some of the new systems we've been able to develop and build them into just ever better operations generally have been critical for us.
Thank you, Director Parent. And actually, this was a pause, Chair Vu. So staff team stands ready to take questions or comments any board members may have regarding the human resources, any online, the ALC program or community ed program. We can take those questions and pause at this time.
At this time, is any questions from board members up to this point? Director Ellis.
This is for Executive Director McCarty. You mentioned 150 teachers that we hired. And so I'm just wondering if that's new teachers to the district or teachers that were in the district who are possibly in a different role. And can we clarify how that may shift that 150 number?
Thank you. To the chair, Director Ellis. That number is in addition to what we would normally hire. So those are new positions that were added to the district this school year. So typically, they are positions that typically we hire about 100, 150. We added an additional on top of that this year. So we almost doubled what we typically do in terms of hiring.
And then you also said 100 FTE. You did another count, and I can't remember what month you said that it was 100 FTEs.
So yes, Director Ellis, and starting the school year, we started off with about 100 FTEs for teachers, and now we're at about 56. And typically, when we start a school year, we try to get the classroom teacher and teacher positions hired as quickly as possible. Those are a priority for us. And we started the year off with that many FTEs open.
Okay, so I understand and I'm tracking you correctly. So we had 150, which that's about a normal year, and we hired 150 additional teachers.
Between about 120, 150. I'm not sure on the exact number, but we hired a large number of FTEs in terms of adding the job embedded PD as well as what I need now teachers.
And then I just wanted to ask, how different are these numbers from our previous year? And when we talk about last year, are we talking about us in this previous year? Or are we talking even the year before that? So that's more like 2 years.
Sure.
So are we talking 2019, 2020? Are we talking 2018, 2019?
We're actually talking 2021.
Oh, that's right, because that's where we are.
Yeah.
We're in 22. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
That's okay. A typical year, we'll see anywhere from 100 to 150. A high year for us is about 200 teachers. We did surpass that this year in terms of hiring.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Dr. Allen.
I have a few different questions. One for Director McCarthy. Sorry. Bear with me. we talked about all the pertinent staff, but there was no list, there was no number for nurses. And in this situation, I think that's really important to know.
Through the chair, Director Allen, so what we do in terms of county nurses, I will have to get that exact number for you, and maybe perhaps my colleague might be able to address it as Director Langworthy. We did have a number of nurses that we did add this year, and I don't know if you also want to know health assistants. That might be helpful as well.
Yes, I do.
Through the chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Allen, I don't have the exact number because I was not prepared for that, but I can definitely get it for you. I do know that we added on extra positions to help cover our COVID team that handles all of the cases. But we also were short-staffed both in nurses and health assistants and continue to be right now.
Okay. Another question I have, with the credit recovery, do we have a way to measure outcomes for credit recovery?
Through the chair, Director Allen, we do. We measure outcomes basically based on the number of credits that was obtained on that, and then ask Director Coons to come up and provide more specifics.
But there's no academic way to, I understand, like if they gain the credit, then you count it as a, but I'm saying, is there an academic way to measure the outcomes of what they actually learned?
Chair Vu, directors of the board, Dr. Gothard, Director Allen. So if I could restate your question to make sure I understand it, are you asking, after completing a credit recovery, we want to measure, like, did they learn anything? Is that kind of the question? Rather than did they just complete the credit based on that? Yeah.
Yeah. Did they get themselves to standard?
Yep. So what we have been working on as we've been developing more credit recovery opportunities is to really focus our credit recovery on what students know and what they can do and building off of previous non-passes. So we want to look at the data that they finished Q1 with and take that with them to their site-based credit recovery opportunity and finish that opportunity. So working with my colleagues in REA, we've shared with all of our site-based EDL site leaders the percentage that students ended the quarter with and the assignments that they either didn't pass or that they didn't complete, earned a 0 in, and use that data to start to develop a plan to finish that learning rather than taking and just trying to redo everything in a shorter amount of time. We're trying to take that model and get more robust as we get closer to standards-based grading and build it out to summer school and other opportunities. But that's the idea, and that's where we're sort of taking it now.
And just kind of a general gist of it, what would you say the rigor on that is?
So the rigor on that is commensurate with what's happening during the regular school day. So again, speaking to our site-based EDL programs, that is where we have our teachers from that school working after school to support those students. So maybe not necessarily the same chemistry teacher, but a chemistry teacher from that school working with students on that material. For our credit recovery network, that's a little bit different where they're using the Apex platform, which has a, just a different set of rigor. But, it's very challenging. At my, previous life as the supervisor of Gateway to College, I would help students with Apex, and I have a degree in English and was very challenged by the English material. And so there's definitely rigor in that content as well. It's just a different format.
Thank you.
Sure.
Also, I had another question about the 800 students on the wait list for online school. How many students, no, not how many. The question is, how are students pulled off the wait list? I know you presented this previously, but there's a secondary question, which is, and how often is that monitored?
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Allen, it's monitored daily. So if there's an opening, then it's filled. And as you know, people are on the waiting list based on priority.
Right.
So in the with the online school, really the only priority is sibling. And so if there's a sibling on in the 9th grade and 9th grade openings is up, then we would move the next on the waiting list would likely be a sibling that would come off the list.
I see. And you said, wait, I missed something. You said that you guys check that weekly or daily?
Whenever there's an opening, and the system is live and it's based on campus enrollment. So
Mhm.
as soon as a student is no longer enrolled at that particular school, that seat opens up, and we fill it immediately in schools that are over requested. It's oftentimes why some schools feel like our school's always full, because they are. Because as soon as a seat becomes available, if there's another family who's interested, we fill it immediately.
So right now in this live time, every single classroom is full in online school.
Based on our staffing.
Thank you.
Any other questions by board members? I suppose I just had a follow-up questions with the online learning. I understand, Chief Turner, it's not your recommendation or the administration's recommendation to expand it, even with the waiting list that it is. But at what point do we sort of revisit that and make that decision?
I would like to seek some help from Chief Collins to help me answer that question. The question was about when would we like to consider increasing the capacity at online program.
Through the chair. Thank you, Director Vu. Chair Vu. We've had the conversation in context of not only kind of our bigger capacity, but it's in its first year. So we're hedging bets and working with our REA department in terms of trying to predict and look at enrollment projections for next year and factor those projections also in the totality of the district. And there's also been some surveys that have been done at the site level, gauging the level of interest of students wanting to return. So it's kind of a little bit of site level information, and then also in context of other students in the district. Obviously, these are opportunities for us to bring in students from outside of St. Paul Public Schools. And it also in a context of we would also be then taking enrollment from other St. Paul Public Schools as well. So there is opening up the floodgates and just making it as big as you can, as fast as you can, is, from an enrollment perspective and building enrollment across the district is something you'd want to do, but we also need to be cautious and judicious in terms of how we open that, because as we open it and build it, we also have to have capacity to support it. And again, we launched it in an initial context of supporting grades 9 through 12. And then last summer, opened it up, the K-8 sections in that context. And again, wanting to make sure that the program that we are offering is high quality and rigorous.
Appreciate that, Chief Collins. Any other questions? Director Ward.
So on the current wait list for the online school, what is the population, like St. Paul residents versus people outside of St. Paul?
Through the chair, Director Ward, I can get that information and get that back to you. I don't have that right here with me right now, but I can get that.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're doing surveys to try to see whether or not people would be interested in returning to the online program for subsequent years. I guess, what does that look like? What sort of information are you gathering so far?
Through the chair, it's simple information in terms of intent to return. So obviously there's lots of conversations that are happening. I'd have to give you a more specific answer in terms of what exact questions are being asked, but the gist of it is in the context of, is there an intent to return? That's, again, we're looking at that in the context of the broader district enrollment and also thinking about it in context of the school choice season that we're in, and wanting to provide a viable option for parents as best we can in context of trying to understand school choice is a dynamic thing. Going from one in-person site to another site is one thing. Choosing an online platform versus an in-person platform is an entirely different thing that's brand new to us. So understanding and not having any historical trends surrounding what that looks like, we have to look at also in totality of our total projected enrollment for the district. So again, it factors in context of saying, it's a delicate dance in terms of looking at that enrollment and looking at these wide fluctuations that we've typically, the online school has provided that we haven't historically seen. We've seen some increases and some decreases in some buildings based upon growth, but I mean, this it's our largest elementary school in the district. And it's not in person. And so in that context, it's that piece of how do we provide viable options for families, and we can get you the information about the other students that are on the waiting list. The other part is just because you're on the waiting list doesn't mean that in some cases you have an intent to enroll. So I think there's that piece in terms of how we exercise that and look at that, because many of our families during the school choice season are not only enrolled, they'll have their choices in St. Paul, but then they'll also have a choices in public charter schools, potentially parochial, and also out of district sites as well. So expressing interest to say I would like to enroll in the online school, and looking at that list and saying 100% of them will or won't, you can't look at it as 100% will. It's hedging the bet of understanding to try and understand and gauge the those numbers and working through that in a reasonable way, while also controlling growth on some level to make sure that we can, again, make sure that the experience that our students are receiving, the training that the teachers need, and the infrastructure behind the online program is in place.
Sure. So as we are doing these surveys and trying to gauge intent to return, and as we are seeing how many folks want to to sign up for the online school, is there a chance that as we come into next year that we will consider an expansion, or at this point are we sort of writing that off and just saying like we're going to do the best we can with the current level of staffing for this school?
So based upon the enrollment, through the chair, based upon the enrollment for the district is and for that program is how that program is going to be staffed. So if there is a huge increase, we can go through that process in a similar fashion of how we went through it this fall. And that means that we'll be looking at buildings that are under-enrolled, and we'll be pulling those staff from the building, moving them into the online program. So that's how it was in some cases, a zero-sum game in regards to total staff. We did actually provide some additional staff, but to staff that program, we needed to pull staff from other sites. And we also know that that's an incredibly disruptive process and procedure. And so we have to also balance that as well.
Chief Collins, if I could add just one quick thing. I think the notion of bringing in enrollment from outside of the district is also real challenging, because many districts were forced to offer online school, and the MDE supported districts in becoming online providers. So it isn't as much of a novelty, if you will, anymore. Just about everybody's doing it. So it's really reduced a lot of that competition that we experienced previously here in St. Paul and places around us.
I guess one thing I was trying to get at that I'm not 100% clear on yet is there a potential for considered expansion next year? Or is this a closed subject? Is this something we might consider depending upon the data we get later on?
Through the chair, it is something that could be considered later on in the budget toolkit that online program will receive, because there's an elementary section, a middle school, and also a high school. They're going to receive their staffing based upon the enrollment projection that is provided to us from our research, evaluation, and assessment department. But again, at any point, we could always shift, and that it's understanding that it's a zero-sum game of staff, and there would have to be additional moves and communication done following that as well. And that's something that, in my experience, is hard, not impossible, but hard in the context of if you were to ask a school community, how many of you, if you were to ask families at a school community, how many of you are going to come back? I hear from principals every single year that they say 100%. 100% of folks are coming back. Our data would tell us that no building in history has had 100%. I mean, there's always some level of attrition. So then it really factors into what site and what level of attrition does that building face. In some cases, as a principal on the east side for many years, I saw a 30 and 40% attrition rate and turnover. Again, as you think about mobility, where some of our sites are in the mid to low 90s. So we have to factor that in as well in terms of asking that question. And then, will they actually show up? Will they actually move? There's that piece of, I think what I can feel confident about is providing in-person options. Our Student Placement Center does a great job in terms of informing families, and we do have lots of options in person at just about any site in that context. And now it's about what does that second year look like? And if we want to make a change, we certainly could. And we would then have to understand and weigh that against the impact that it would have on certain sites, which again affects removing that classroom teacher and potentially removing part of that specialist and some other services as well. So it's a balance.
Sure, thank you.
Director Henderson.
I just have a quick question regarding the 750 students on the wait list. Do we have like a breakdown of trends related to how many of those kids are potential elementary school students, how many are high school students, things like that?
Through the chair, Director Henderson, yes, we do. We have very specific demographics as it's tied to their student identification number. So we know the current enrolled school, their demographics, in the area of city where they currently live, grade.
Wonderful. Are there any like clear trends from schools that folks are leaving to enroll in the online school or anything, especially if we're looking at folks who are coming from out of district into the district?
Through the chair, Director Henderson, so as we looked at the students who requested the program, it's similar in the waiting list that from a race perspective, disproportionately, there were Asian families and students that were requesting the program. At the elementary level, as Chief Collins said, that's where the significant number, majority of the students were at elementary level. And there wasn't any one particular part of the city. If you look east side versus west side, when we say west, think of maybe of the Highland area versus the eastern portion of St. Paul, primarily more in the eastern portion of St. Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Are any other questions? Director Ellis.
I just wanted to ask about the number for the credit recovery. Are the students who are getting in these programs, are they trying to get 2 or more credits? How many credits are students, let's say out of 10 students, are 10 students trying to, how many credits are they trying to recover?
Through the chair, Director Ellis, it's really dependent. Some students are enrolled in multiple programs. So we'll see some students who are enrolled in their site-based EDL. They'll be in a credit recovery class and they'll be in evening high school. So in a situation like that, they could be, earning 3 or 4 credits. If you had me pin me down on your statistic, I would say most students are in 1 or 2 classes, so earning 1 or 2 credits.
Okay, and we said that the credit recovery network online is new, and so I'm just curious, like how, because I think we've had this conversation, Chief Wilcox Harris and I, about the difference between students doing credit recovery online when their distance learning experience wasn't great, and here we were offering them another online option. So I'm just curious how that looks different or possibly feels different.
Through the chair, Director Ellis, I can't agree more. And the way that we have tried to develop the enrollment process for credit recovery is to prioritize site-based EDL. We know that statistically it works better for students. It's in person, it's with teachers they know. But based on several factors, including staffing, we can't provide that opportunity to every student at every school for credit recovery. And so my push was we want to say yes to the opportunity, even if it's not in the absolute best format that we know statistically works best. To mitigate the challenges of online learning, all schools have the opportunity to have a room where students can go and get that support after school, so they don't necessarily have to do it at home. For semester 2, we are using ARP funds to hire intervention specialists to work on credit recovery classes during the school day. So at all of our high schools, that opportunity will be there. As Executive Director McCarty said, staffing is an issue. So as of right now, we do not have all of those positions filled. But the idea is to do that and to move it forward for the duration of ARP to address exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, and then my other question, I think this is probably for Chief Turner, because it says new programming, or maybe, no, this is you, community ed. Specifically, Highwood Hills is mentioned here, and so I was like, what new programming is going to Highwood Hills? I want to know now.
Through the chair, Director Ellis, the program and the specific name of the program and has been determined. It's the style and the type of programming. It's really looking intentionally at combining the best things that we've learned about extended day learning with community ed. And the best things that we've learned about community ed is the flexibility and adaptiveness and the use of external partners and the use of hands-on learning. And so it's really combining that structure that we get from typical extended day learning, combining that with the flexibility and excited students to use hands-on, so it's project-based. So the type that we're going to partner or start in those particular programs, Battle Creek, Cherokee, Eastern Heights, Hamlin, Highwood Hills, and Phelan are the kind of the pilot sites that we'll be trying this new model. And
Okay. Yeah, we can follow up more about that later. My other question is, as we're talking about EDL and its K through 8 programming, and we talked about transportation, and I know we're going to move into that a little bit more, but I'm wondering how that's going to affect us as we're making plans for the next school year. And if our EDL programs are more academic, or those are programs that we consider social emotional learning and social spaces for students. And if we're having issues with transportation now, how are we proceeding? Or how is that possibly going to impact programming for next year? Because I'm thinking anything that we're having concerns with next year or this year, I'm hoping next year will be better. But I also am like, we also have to be making some possible alternate plans, and specifically for our elementary sites.
thank you. Through the chair, Director Ellis, the other thing I want to say before I move on from the Highwood Hills conversation, the new program that we're going to be working with more project-based is also moving from a 2-day to a 4-day. So an increase actually also in programming. Of course, like I said, partnership with both extended day learning as well as community ed. I do anticipate the challenges in transportation next year. And so it really is a conversation about how we consolidate programming and try to have a hub concept and model, how we work with our community partners as well as parents to be able to look at transportation support differently. We've tried some specifically this year with middle school students to have some of our 8th grade students and also families that were willing to receive Metro Transit passes. We provided that for families. There are some families that took advantage of that they didn't have a car themselves, but they were willing to have their child participate in after school activities, extended day learning, but then also as a family use the Metro Transit. So we've been extremely creative. Also, we've worked with some local partners to provide some of those van services and supports for particular programs. Some of our community partner programs are providing their own transportation support for their particular programs. So it continues to be a challenge, and you will hear a little bit more about it when we come and talk about transportation.
Any other questions by board members? We can continue with the report.
As we continue on, thank you. We've heard around facilities as we continue on with operational. Nutrition services is something that we updated you on, and as a country, we anticipated to have food shortages throughout the year. A couple things I want to make you aware of is our students in all of our schools will continue to receive free breakfasts as well as lunches throughout this school year. That program has been extended to June 30th of 2022. Our students and staff, schools have been extremely flexible, meeting the needs, trying to support social distance. So you will, in our schools, visit lunch time, and you will see some students in the classroom potentially. Some may be in the lunchroom. Some may be in another large muscle space or small space that's not identified for instructional, but where the school has been able to feel comfortable with supporting social distancing. So we have continued on with that practice, and it has worked out well, and it's just now a normal course of the action, what's happening in schools. Some of our food shortages are due directly to supply chain. The factories, farms are just have a significant reduction in employees. Therefore, they're not able to mass produce the vegetables that we may need or the meat. One national trend of shortage is chicken. And so as a district right now, we have been fortunate that we haven't actually completely ran out. We are monitoring it closely. And then we are working with both the state as well as the U.S. Department of Agriculture on our meal application that in the event that there is a shortage in a particular category, we do have to work with the state to get permission to exchange that particular item. You may have heard throughout the state there are some districts that have made choices not to serve milk or to reduce. There's a shortage on the milk cartons that the milk goes into. And so we are seeing these shortages. We just heard today from most of our suppliers that they anticipate this continued shortage through next school year as well. We are providing updates to families and updates to schools in the event that we do have to change the meal selection. We are informing families of that particular selection. And for instance, if we anticipate that we can't get any more chicken anywhere, then we look for another protein product that is similar. And if we can't find that, then we begin, like I said, to work to find something else that instead of the protein, what other meets the nutritional value that we have. We're continuing to monitor it well each week that we have. Within operations, as we continue to move on, the Metro Transit is one of our partners, but I'd just like to start with this year we operated 196 routes. Those you may remember, we're close to normally offering 300 routes. So at the tail end of August, we scrambled and got to, because of the driver shortage, and redid our routing system and impacted some schools and school start times, and we got our schools to down to 196 routes a day. So we cut nearly 100 routes out of our system. And we were able to do that with the help and support of our Metro Transit partner, and I'll talk a little bit more specifics about that. We worked all up until this year, and we continue to work throughout next year, the remainder of this year and next year, with coach buses, Metro, pupil transportation companies, as well as vans. You have seen, if it moves and has a driver in St. Paul, we have used it responsibly to get students to school. I really want to take this opportunity to thank our parents for their flexibility. They have come together and offered carpools to help. Our schools have, staff have stayed late. They have made calls themselves to really, everyone has really pitched in on the transportation shortage. That we can anticipate that there will continue to be a driver shortage. Although in spite of that, 96% of our students have received daily transportation service. And in this day and time, I think that exceptionally well. I want to thank transportation. The majority, with the exception of 4 people in that office, are driving a bus that are typically back in the office working on administrative, answering the phones. So again, thank you to our parents for calling and continue to try and get a hold of transportation in the light of short staffing. Metro Transit has been a great partner. They've also seen difficulty in the bus driver shortage. And so they have made some adjustments on their routes. They have canceled some routes as well. I will say too, as a good partner, we talk about those. Anytime it's going to impact students or a particular school, we discuss what would be alternative for that change or impact. They did make some changes December 4th. I think we talked about those. It may impacted slightly Highland High School. Not their regular school route, because Highland actually takes yellow buses, but some of their extended day activities. They're also planning to make another adjustment in March, this coming March, that again may impact some of our students We will work closely with them on that, and we'll provide communications and updates to parents and students as needed. With the Metro Transit program, just to give you a little bit on the data, that we started this with Creative Arts in Gordon Parks and Johnson as kind of our schools. This fall, we've added Central, Como, Hardin, and Washington. And some of Humboldt. We took a couple routes of Humboldt, but the goal is to get Humboldt back on, completely back on yellow buses. We primarily, most of our students take the lines that you see there in the routes. So we are with this additional, we are about additional 5,000 students are using the Metro Transit system. From a longevity standpoint and sustainability standpoint, we believe that that's a good thing, that our students are learning to take the bus at an early age and learning to use public transportation systems. Overall, it really has ran smooth. I know, Chair Vu, you said you wanted to talk more about what are some of the real issues going on, and I have to say that there really aren't significant, real difficult issues going on. When an issue arises with a particular student or family, Metro Transit has been very accommodating, very good to work with. We're trying to problem solve. Any particular issues that we've had with routes, they've done the best that they could to try and make some adjustments. They've changed smaller buses to maybe larger buses to accommodate the particular students. They've changed some of their actually route time to adjust when our schools, our high secondary schools, get out or come in. And so they really have been a great partner in this. Is everyone happy? No, but they have been a great partner with this particular program. As we continue on and look into next year, there are some things regarding transportation that we'd like to make the board aware of. These are kind of the parameters that we'll be working under next year. There will definitely be changes to our start times, partially due to the continued driver shortage, but the other piece is with Envision. Our goal is to always have our schools at 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30. We are a 3-tiered district. And with 200 drivers, the goal is to have as many of those 200 drivers driving at 7:30, driving at 8:30, and driving at 9:30. So as we close programs, move programs, and relocate, it's like a puzzle to be able to put those particular tiers together, those schools together, to make everything work out, so that you don't have time where drivers are not being used, or that you consistently are having routes too large and therefore causes late buses to show up. We in St. Paul pride ourselves prior to COVID on time arrival. It was actually a metric that we tracked very closely, and it was very rare that we weren't above 95, 96% of the days on time for all of our routes. That has changed with the snow and with COVID, combined with the driver shortage. Although what helps with getting kids on time, students on time and safely there, is to make sure that we have the necessary number of routes at 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30. So there will be some changes to that, some start time changes. Our goal is to make sure that every area has an elementary school that starts at 7:30 or 9:30, that we have some equitableness in that. So we won't necessarily, if you live in area E, for instance, it shouldn't be that all the choices in area E start at 7:30 or they all start at 9:30. That areas will have options for families, for those families that can't have a 7:30 or can't have a 9:30. Washington next year, we know for sure, is moving to 8:30. That was as a decision to move to change their scheduled day, their actual day. They are now aligned with all the rest of the high schools, secondary schools, so they will be starting at 8:30 and ending at 3, just like all the other schools, secondary schools. We will continue to need to use Metro next year as well as our van support. And we believe that we will be able to finalize our start times later this winter. We know that a number of families really need to know that before they feel confident in their school choice. But as I said earlier, I'm also with the majority of our drivers actually driving bus. Those are the same people who actually put the whole routing system together. And we need to be able to have some flexibility and prioritize what they're job is right now, and our priority is getting students safely to school, and some of the administrative stuff that we'll have to adjust later. I am prepared to pause, Vice Chair Vu, before we move on to health and wellness and take any questions about the operational areas.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Any questions by board members? I suppose I have a question regarding transportation. Chief Turner, can you just walk me through? I know you mentioned that Metro Transit and St. Paul Public Schools work together on these bus routes to solve issues that come up, right? And the issues can be anything from disruption in the bus itself to maybe the bus stop, some disruption at the bus stop. And just walk me through how that happens. Just give me maybe a scenario.
So if there's, thank you, Chair Vu. For instance, if we know that a student has a significantly long time to get to school, for instance, if it takes longer than if they're coming from the east side and going way over to the west portion of the city, and they look to see that a student may have a long wait time for the next route or for the next bus to come, maybe it's about a 40-minute wait. We really look together to try and reduce that so that students can, one, get to school on time, two, that especially with it being cold, that they're not necessarily outside waiting at a transit stop to transfer to another. So they've looked at that and they've made some adjustments in their route so that a student would have more of a continuous route to school rather than having a significantly long wait. Some of the things that we have worked together on with student, if there happens to be issue around student behavior, which actually we haven't seen a significantly increase in that. Our students, when they use the card, the go-to card, one of the things about that, it's a privilege, and students know that. And so they use it very responsibly. On average, most students use that very responsibly because they can use it in the evenings, they can use it on the weekends, on the holidays, and so they don't want that privilege taken away. So in the event that a student is misbehaving or to the point that we don't think that they should have that, we can immediately disrupt their service. And that isn't something that we pride ourselves in doing and that we have to use often. But that's another piece. If there's students who are misbehaving on the bus, their safety team immediately connects with our Director Olson and her team to talk about what we can do at that particular stop to monitor and support students improving their behavior at that particular stop. If there are a large number of students waiting for a bus, but it's a small bus that shows up, what they call a contracted bus. They will make some adjustments to that and try to offer a larger bus stop. So they've been very accommodating and try. Of course, they have parameters as we do as well to work within. But those are just some of the examples, Chair Vu.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this is my final question about this subject. When we take in this information, is it primarily St. Paul Public Schools that's gathering this information? Like not just from Metro Transit, but maybe from the users, from students or families who are using this? Or does Metro Transit does some of that too, or how does that work?
Thank you, Chair Vu. No, Metro Transit has excellent data on the ridership, and each and every time that a student gets on with their go-to card, it tracks who they are, which school they are, what routes they're taking, when they use it. They can look and determine Jackie Turner when's the time that she's riding that particular bus, and when is she not riding it. So they have a very good data on the demographics of who's using the bus and how often, especially when it's a card that like our students have, the go-to cards.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is when we get that information and we try to figure out how to do the process better, it's a partnership between St. Paul Public Schools and Metro Transit, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
See, you can't see my
I can't
thing
see.
down here. Yeah, that was always my problem. Two questions about transportation. You know, we're tracking teacher absences. How are we tracking the busing absences, and is there an average of that?
Through the chair, Director Foster, thank you for asking that question. Actually, when we came back from break, we did make a decision to track that daily, both in the morning and in the afternoon. And each day, as we got closer away from the winter break, that number has improved. So an improvement in transportation is that we get an email or a statement that says all routes covered this AM. And this week so far, all routes have been covered. Last Thursday and Friday, the majority of routes, I think there was 1 or 2 routes not covered in the afternoon, but the majority of the morning routes were covered. So as we move into, and probably as you hear the health and wellness piece, as we move further into January, I anticipate that we'll get back to a point where we're able to cover 100% of our routes.
And remind us again what happens when the routes aren't covered.
Thank you. Through the chair, when routes aren't covered, a notification is sent immediately to the bus app, and also a notification is sent to the individual parent and the school. We have made some adjustments based on the last conversation we had with the board about this, and we streamlined our communication so that parents get the notification more immediately than they were getting it before. But what that means is that we don't have a driver for that route, and that means that then that route can't continue, which means that there's no bus for a child. And so we work with families to talk through other alternative ways. Most of the time, parents pick up their child if it's in the PM. If it's in the morning, they typically will drop them off. Neighbors will come together and offer carpools and bring students that were all at the stop. So our parents have been very resilient in helping to get their children to school. I will say that while it does happen, it's extremely rare. This year has been an anomaly that the reason you haven't heard that much about it because it rarely ever happens. As a district, we pride ourselves on not canceling the route. And prior to COVID, when the route was canceled by our contractor, we had enough drivers in the district office to get off their phone, off their desk, go grab keys, and go get in a bus and complete that route. And so right now, we don't have that. The drivers that are what we consider our backup drivers are actually driving regular routes. But I anticipate that number to increasingly get better over the next several weeks.
Thank you. And then the question about the students who are using our city buses. Do we have any number? I think about emails that we get periodically about students having 3 and 4 stops, spending most of the morning on buses to get there. A little bit about that and how do we support students because they're missing a good portion of morning and days.
Yep. Through the chair, Director Foster, that is another example of how we'll work with Metro Transit. The first option is to look to make sure that the students are using the right suggested route pattern that Metro Transit, which is always the fastest route. So we look to see if that's happening first. If that's happening and there still is a wait, for instance, anybody who was taking an hour and a half to get to school, we felt that was too long. So those we looked at that. And a couple of the ones that happened early on in the year, we rectified that by actually putting those group of students on vans because it wasn't the Metro Transit system wasn't available to get the student to school within that reasonable amount of time. And so we did make some adjustments. And so if there are current still families that you are aware of that have an extremely long route getting to use the Metro Transit, please, they should give us a call via their school first, and then the school, we can work with them because that's not the intent. The average, as we looked at the cohort or as a partnership, the average Metro Transit ride should be about what they were, no longer than 45 minutes to an hour at the very most of getting to school. It's actually why we don't have Humboldt and Highland on there, because as we looked at the routes that Metro Transit could provide for Highland and Humboldt, those routes would have been extremely long.
Thank you. That's helpful information.
Any more questions by board members? If not, continue with the report.
So, Chair Boo and members of the board, Dr. Gothard, now I'd like to ask Director Mary Langworthy to introduce our partners with Ramsey County and then talk a little bit about how we're supporting students and staff in our health and wellness area.
Thank you, Chief Turner.
Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. A few weeks ago, I shared some updates regarding COVID. And as Chief Turner mentioned a little bit ago, when we started this presentation last week, there's certainly a lot of updates that keep happening, and we try and make adjustments and are flexible with what we need to do today and tomorrow and the next day. This pandemic has presented a lot of challenges in trying to predict where we need to head in different areas and plan for that. And so I just want to remind people of the fact that when new guidance comes out, new information comes out, sometimes we're learning it along with the public. And we have to digest it and understand it and think about how that affects us in SPPS and what adjustments we need to make. And certainly being able to rely on partnership and advice of medical professionals and those that are larger than us to be able to make those adjustments are really important. And so throughout the pandemic, we've been able to rely on the Minnesota Department of Health, the Minnesota Department of Education, and on our local public health department, St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health. So tonight we're going to start with members from St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health, Director of Public Health Sarah Hulley, and Dr. Lynn Ogawa, the Medical Director, to share some information about the state of the county and situation update on Ramsey County. And then from there, we'll take it back to me where I'll talk about more of the implementation here in SPPS. They do have a presentation. We're going to shift to theirs, and then we'll come back to this.
Chair Vu, Dr. Gothard, and members of the board, thank you so much for having us here. I am Lynn Ogawa. I'm Medical Director for St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health. I get to talk about numbers. It's always a nice way to start. But I do want to initially comment or start with Omicron. Throughout the pandemic, just as Director Langworthy mentioned, we've been learning as we go. Every time we turn around, there's something new and different in either what we know about, what we've learned about COVID, or especially now with variants. So especially the Omicron variant is behaving and being very different than the previous variants that we've had. Using a timeline to sort of explain this, but on December 2nd, the state's first COVID-19 case involving Omicron was identified. It was identified in Hennepin County. But then shortly after that, the first case in Ramsey County was identified December 16th. And we're already seeing significant increases in transmittance of Omicron as compared to other variants. I do like to, so already CDC surveillance is showing that nearly 99% of the cases that we're seeing now in these large amounts of positives are Omicron. The initial COVID virus had what we call an R naught of around 1 to 2, which epidemiologists and purists will kill me, but it's a general description of how infectious it is. So in general, if one person was infected with the original COVID, they would infect 1 to 2 more people, and then those 2 people would infect 2 more, and so on down the road. Delta had an R naught around 8, which is why we also saw Delta significantly more infectious and easier to pass to others. So again, approximately 1 person with the Delta variant would infect 8 people, and then those 8 would infect 8 more. The Omicron variant has an R naught much similar to measles, which is about an R naught of 12 to 14. And so again, this is why we're seeing numbers increase dramatically. I was going to click on the web, on our dashboard. Actually, I was going to have Director click on our dashboard, because I did want to show the current numbers that we're seeing in Ramsey County. I can scroll down. If I can. I don't know if I can. So just a quick reminder, unfortunately, we've seen, hold on, I was going to say 98,000 cases of COVID in our county since the beginning. But you can see in this graph that the peak that we saw in October and the fall of last year was significant, 600 cases a day, but now we are seeing on average and potentially up to 1,400 new cases every day within Ramsey County. And so these numbers are significantly higher than we even initially thought when Delta was hitting us. So Delta was hitting us around October and into that, but then you see this significant rise again as Omicron arrived. Scroll down a little bit farther. We at Ramsey County, we're also tracking actually both infections and reinfections. The CDC, MDH, and we have a very specific definition of reinfection. That has to be an individual who was infected greater than 90 days previously and now has a new positive test. So we are seeing with Omicron as well some reinfections, and we're monitoring those carefully because, again, Omicron was concerning because of the sheer volume of changes that occurred on the coding that covers it that may cause individuals to not have full protection against that variant. Then we'll scroll a little bit further down to our weekly case rate. So I'd like to, unfortunately, point out that our case rate numbers are significantly higher than they've been ever in the pandemic. If you see at the bottom of the graph, there is a green dotted line, a yellow dotted line, and a red dotted line. Each of those represent moderate transmission, substantial, and high transmission within the community. And we are now at, and high transmission is considered 100 plus cases per 100,000. We at Ramsey County now sit at approximately 970 cases, a weekly case. So it's significantly higher and rapidly progressing. The last numbers that I'll throw out, I think, are those about the weekly positivity rates. And again, the dotted lines show lower transmission to moderate to substantial, and we are well above the substantial transmission. Our current rate is approximately 26.8% positive. So the way that I look at this is that about 1 in 4 of us currently are unfortunately testing positive, which is an exceptionally high rate of transmission of COVID. The good news, if I get to share some good news, which I like to, is other cities are showing us potentially that the peak of Omicron is happening faster, that the rise and the fall is a little bit quicker. We don't know that for sure yet. We are lagging, and we have not peaked quite yet. But we do hope that Omicron is a little bit faster than our previous surges. The other thing that we are so far also very happy about is that it seems to be less severe of disease, although that's still difficult because are difficult to know for sure. We know absolutely that vaccination prevents more severe disease in individuals, which helps bring that severity down. It's not 100%. We know that there can still be significant severe disease in individuals, even if they're vaccinated. But we also know that vaccination does protect some of that. I certainly don't have to be the only one to mention that our hospitals currently are at maximum levels of caring for individuals, not just COVID, but all the other things that we see in the wintertime as well. And so anything that we can do within public health to reduce the severity of disease, reduce hospitalizations, is exceptionally important. And so I'll be passing on to Director Holly to speak about those the mitigation and the things that are so important for us to do to protect the health of our community and your students who are part of our community as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ogawa, Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board. I also just want to preface that when you look at the weekly positivity rates here on the screen, these are laboratory confirmed tests. So our positivity rate could be higher based on home testing. A lot of folks aren't necessarily reporting those to the Minnesota Department of Health. So I just want to preface that as we move forward in the presentation. All right, I'll get the clicker. So again, I'll continue, Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, with some good news. So since pediatric, vaccines have become available for our 5 to 11-year-olds, that was approved on October 29th, we've given over 4,000 doses at our department clinics. So those are vaccine clinics here in Ramsey County. Currently, 72.8% of all Minnesota residents aged 5+ have received at least one dose of vaccine. In Ramsey County, 5% of residents 5+ have received at least a first dose. So that's really good news. Boosters for adults were approved on October 15th. Boosters for 16 to 17-year-olds just last week. So we've given over 2,000 booster doses since then. Our primary focus still remains on making sure that our 5 to 11-year-old population and adults who have received either no dose or first dose get in for their vaccines. I just want to give a shout out to a new school site here that started on January 6th here at Colborne, 360 Colborne, and we're offering vaccines here from 3 to 6 p.m. Again, just mentioning our vaccine progress among all residents 12+ here in Ramsey County, 82.5% have received at least one dose. And so we're seeing increases of around 6.5% in the last 3 months. Among those individuals 16+, 82.9% have received at least one dose. So we're continuing to see progress in this area, but of course we want to see more, right? We want to get above that 80%, 90%, and of course full efficacy around 100%. So we're continuing to focus here at St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health on increasing vaccine here in our community. Just want to preface that we have a number of community vaccine clinics. We are really grateful for the partnership here with St. Paul Public Schools, Director Langworthy and her team to be able to promote school vaccine sites. But we have a number of sites that you can go on our website and sign up for appointments. We're offering boosters as Dr. Ogawa has mentioned this evening. We're encouraging making sure that people get their first and second doses in, but also boosters when that time comes. And so this again just kind of documents a summary of how many vaccines we've given to date. All right, so I'll just shift to our layered prevention around how we slow Omicron and any other variant that we may see in the future. Current research really suggests that a 2-dose mRNA vaccine plus a booster is the best way for us to protect ourselves. So we're really encouraging the community that 5 or 6 month point to get their booster shot. We have more tools to slow the spread of COVID than we did at this time last year. As Dr. Ogawa has mentioned, that peak that we're seeing right now, or surge in Omicron, we want to definitely stay ahead of that. We know vaccine is one of our key tools at mitigation. I want to mention the layered mitigation strategies that will continue to slow the spread of COVID-19. Number 1, getting vaccinated. Number 2, getting boosted. One of the other key mitigation strategies, which I think your team will talk about this evening, is universal masking in public indoor spaces, regardless of vaccination status. I just want to encourage people to think about when we're in community, not only in our school settings, but out in, with your families, with people you don't live with, to make sure that you're wearing a mask. If you're working in congregate settings, especially with our student population here in St. Paul Public Schools, making sure that our kiddos are wearing masks along with our staff and administration. Getting tested on a regular basis, especially if you're in congregate settings like schools, healthcare, or other essential services here in our community.
as many folks have mentioned this evening, we're addressing some ongoing challenges ahead of us, and we know that not only in public health, but here at St. Paul Public Schools. So again, vaccine is remaining one of our top priorities, and we'll continue this effort. We have an incredible team at St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health that continues to offer community vaccines, and again, that will remain one of our top priorities. St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health, in partnership with the Minnesota Department of Health, will expand testing capacity here in Ramsey County starting on January 27th. I'm really happy to state this today, that we know we play a role in keeping our community safe, but also offering testing. And so we will launch our first community testing site this year here in St. Paul. So more information will come on that, but we definitely know that with the increased lines, the wait times, and the increased demand of testing, we know we want to be a part of this. So stay tuned for more information about that site. We recommend, again, I can't stress this enough, that everyone in Ramsey County should wear a mask in public indoor settings. And it is now recommended that people wear KN95s or surgical masks instead of cloth masks. And so we are working in partnership with all of our school districts, including St. Paul Ramsey County or St. Paul Public Schools, to ensure that we continue to provide that ongoing guidance around key mitigation strategies. So thank you for having us. I'll turn it back to Director Langworthy.
Chair Vu, we can take pause now and just take questions for our guests, if there are any board members might have.
Board members have questions? I guess I have questions around Dr. Ogawa. You mentioned that Omicron is not as severe as past strains, right? But it is an increased surge right now. I don't expect you to have like a crystal ball or anything, but what does that amount to, like in the next few weeks here?
Chair Vu, other directors, thank you for asking me that question. I get asked regularly to look at my crystal ball, and I'm getting reasonably good at it. But what we would expect would be similar, mirroring to other cities that have also in areas that have gone through the Omicron surge. So in general, if we look to the East Coast and even the Chicago area, primarily what they've been seeing is that the Omicron surge is lasting usually 4 to 6 weeks. And so that is shorter than what we saw with some of the others. But in general, that's what most places are predicting. I know Dr. Michael Osterholm has a much nicer and much more important crystal ball than I do, but I do rely on his data as well. And so he has been expecting the peak to be around the end of January, beginning of February. But again, it's modeling that is not perfect, but gives us an idea. So that's pretty much what we're expecting as well over the next 2 to 4 weeks.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? If there are no questions from board members, I recommend that we take a 15-minute break at this point. Reconvene again at 8:15.
And I would just like to thank Dr. Ogawa and Director Holly so much for being here. And members of the board, you should know that since day one, they have been just great regular thought partners with us and provided a lot of great support and expertise and are always there when we call them. So thank you very much.
I did have one question. Are we going to hear from the superintendent about the response to the new surge in the community?
Yeah, I think that the report will continue after the break.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Time is 8:15. We'll continue the regular meeting of the board.
Chair Vu, members of the board, Dr. Gothard, we'd like to continue on with our school progress update, and we'd like to start this section of our presentation with Director Mary Langworthy and give an update on where we are with health and wellness.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you again to our partners from St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health for their information and again their ongoing partnership. I'd like to just roll through our continued plans around prevention, screening, and mitigation strategies, kind of how do we implement what these public health guidelines are in our district. Of course, every district looks a little bit different, and when the executive order went away, it was really at the district level decision on how we are going to look at what our guidelines need to be, where we need to make shifts, what different decisions we made, which makes it really challenging, I think, in the community for our families, for our medical providers. The number of times I've had families say to me, well, the doctor said this is what we need to do for our isolation or quarantine. And we have to come back and say, unfortunately, each district has their own decision, and these are our guidelines that you do need to follow. And that makes it really extra challenging for us in partnership with our families. We continue to have our dashboard that presents our COVID cases for the district. We are at just above 2,000 cases in the month of January alone. And those are cases that are on-site while infectious. And if you remember, I've shared this, but I know there's been a lot of things that have been shared over the past couple of years. When we look at whether you're infectious or not, it's about the couple of days before your symptoms exist. So before you even know potentially that you have COVID, you are infectious to other people. And so we look back 2 days before symptoms started, or in the absence of symptoms, when did you get tested? What's your testing date? So 2 days prior to that would be the other option. So when we think about, are you infectious while you were on site in a building as an employee or a student, that's where we're pulling the information from. The COVID on-site infectious cases are what is on the dashboard. And I think sometimes people mistake that information for all COVID cases. We want relevant COVID cases. Unfortunately, right now, everything is kind of relevant because we have such large community spread. And when we have large community spread, we're going to see it in the schools. We can't control all of it. What we can try and do is slow the spread and try and put in these prevention measures to try and reduce that impact on people and to protect people to the best level of our ability right now. COVID vaccines, as was previously mentioned, is a huge emphasis of our work right now. We know it's the number one way that we can try and end the pandemic, and that includes getting boosted. I did share at our last meeting that there's evidence that suggests that getting boosted will bump you from 35% coverage up to 75% coverage. And so really trying to get people boosted on top of their primary vaccine series is a very big emphasis. And we're going to continue to try and work with our communications office to message that. We have ongoing partnerships not only with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health, but our Health Start school-based clinics, as well as our Health Strong partnership, where we're offering community clinics in our schools, in our administrative offices on an ongoing basis. So right now we have our Gordon Parks Clinic on Fridays. We have this, in this particular room actually, our 360 Colborne administrative office building vaccine clinic every Thursday. And then the Health Strong has been as needed and when they're available, and I have to tell you, they've been very available to us. Last week, some good positive information here again. We vaccinated over 500 people between our office here, our Thursday clinic, and at Mississippi Elementary. We vaccinated over 500 people, which was pretty incredible. Very fun to see our families show up, our employees show up, getting kids boosted. Everyone over age 12 is now eligible for the booster, and so being able to message that and get people in is really critical right now. In addition to vaccines, we're really pushing around testing. And testing, I have to say, has been quite challenged. And I know Public Health is working with the Minnesota Department of Health to offer some additional support in that area. Testing has been an ongoing challenge, and there continues to be burdens. And my message as of late is our schools cannot supply all testing for all of our families and all of our employees. We really need our employees and our families looking to all community options, including our schools, to get tested. because at different points, I'm hearing just today from someone, the clinic turned them away. They're having to prioritize testing at that particular clinic site. We know that sometimes we may be lower on test kits. We may run out of or be short on rapid test kits for our students in a particular building. And so people knowing what options exist out there and being able to rely on a variety of resources is really important right now. So we're offering rapid test kits to our student population, prioritizing for those that are symptomatic. We know that the rapid test kits work best when people have symptoms. The PCR, or the molecular tests, those are better as a screening tool. And that's what we're doing on site on Tuesdays for our employees when able, as well as some other community options for community testing sites. We have a continued supply coming in for the rapid test kits. We just had a replenished supply that came luckily from our facilities warehouse manager. He's a great guy, Ben Hari, has worked in partnership with me to try and make sure all of our buildings have access to those rapid test kits for our students. We are waiting on a supply order of rapid test kits for our employees. Just received an update today that the state is actually waiting for the order to come to them before they can ship it out to us. Our order is placed on January 6th, so there is a delay. We're doing the best that we can. We have to wait. We can't control all the supply and the demand pieces, but as soon as it's here, I know that we'll work with our warehouse manager to make sure we get that out to our buildings so that employees can also access those rapid test kits. And then I mentioned the Vault test kits. Every Tuesday we are offering that. We, tonight on the board agenda, we do have an additional purchase of Vault molecular test kits that we're putting in place. We had already put in an order before, and of course made a big push after winter break for everyone to get tested, and we had great response to that. But because of that, it depleted our stock a little bit more quickly than we had anticipated, and so another order was put in. And that came from grant funding that we received from the state in order to receive that, those testing kits. And then in addition, there are community testing sites available, and now people can order and do requests online for additional tests. I believe it's 4 or 8, is it 4? 4 test kits that people can purchase, or not purchase, but order as well. So I think we can work with our communications office to make sure we share that information as another viable option for people to access. In addition to testing, we last week just shifted our isolation and quarantine guidelines and shared that information and update with staff and with our families on Friday. Of course, the CDC a few weeks ago came out with some updates, and generally when the CDC comes out with updates, we wait for MDH to review that information and see how that might apply in the school setting. We also look as a district and figure out what we're able to implement, what makes sense for our community and our population, and then we seek input from local public health as well as the state about how we want to look at implementing those. So after all of that consideration, we did make some adjustments to our isolation and quarantine periods, which I think will be helpful in many cases. The isolation period did shift from 10 days for staff members down to 5 days, knowing that the Omicron is a little bit more infectious on the earlier side and tends to taper off pretty quickly. Felt like the 5 days for isolation for employees was something we could do and would make sense with a continued push for employees that need to wear their mask for an additional 5 days. We do remain at 10 days isolation for students. And that's a little bit more conservative approach that we've taken in SPPS than I think around compared with districts around us. And that was done very purposefully. There's a lot of particular details around the recommendations and the guidelines when we look at a 5-day isolation. And part of that is that continued 5 days of masking. And when we look at students that have masking exemptions, we look at the compliance around how students are wearing their masks. We look at athletic implementation. We look at lunchroom when kids are unmasked. We look at choir and band and all of those pieces. And again, our push to try and keep schools open, we felt very strongly with all of those factors it was important to stay at 10 days, and we'll continue to monitor that and see if that continues to feel right for our district. That does look different than what many other districts are doing around us. As far as the quarantine shift, we are shifting across the board for both staff and students down from 10 days down to a 5-day quarantine. So again, if you are identified as a close contact of a positive case, it was 10 days of a quarantine and now it's down to 5 days. The last shift that we made is around household quarantines, and I've shared this before, but when we have a positive case in a family, and especially in a family that's a larger family, the number of days that students were missing was quite significant, 20 plus days, because what would happen is we'd have a positive case and then another positive case in that household, and then time would extend and extend further. And so we have made an adjustment looking at the guidance and the science from a 20 plus day quarantine down to a 10-day quarantine. And how that gets applied is if I'm a parent in a household and I test positive, and let's say I have 3 SPPS students, my 3 children would be exempt from going to school on site for 10 days, either from the start of my symptoms or my testing date, whichever is earlier between the two. So it's a full 10 days, unless the child were to develop symptoms, and then they switch to that isolation path, and now it's that 10 days of isolation for that student. So there still can be additional days that get added on, but if a family member is able to fully isolate or separate themselves as best they can from their children, there is that potential that that student will not get infected with COVID, and they'll be able to return after that 10 days. I'd like to talk a little bit about masking, and this is where, again, the guidance just shifts so quickly and the recommendations kind of take some left and right turns, and so we keep adapting to those updates as best we can. So there's a lot of information out there about what's the best mask right now, what should we be doing, and how does that apply within the school setting versus a medical setting. Many of our medical facilities have made adjustments in what they recommend for masking when people come on site. But I'd like you to consider at a medical facility, we have many, many immunocompromised people there. We have many sick people that are on site. And so a medical facility needs to incorporate those guidelines and their masking recommendations different than how we might apply that in an educational setting. What we know about masking is we need people to wear them. And if something is really uncomfortable or poor fitting, it's not going to work very well. And so even a cloth mask, whether you agree with wearing a cloth mask right now or not, at least a well-fitting cloth mask is better than a mask that's medical grade or an N95 that doesn't fit properly, has gaps, is loose fitting, or is something that's too uncomfortable for people to wear regularly. I'll attest to my own staff. They are required to wear N95 masks when they have a student present that has symptoms of COVID. The number of concerns that my staff have around wearing N95s on a regular basis in the school setting is large, but it's a requirement for their protection and so that we have ongoing staffing availability for our buildings. And it's part of that piece that we strongly recommend because for their protection and for the protection of others, we want to make sure that was in place. But it's uncomfortable. It produces potential of acne, it's sweating, it's hot, it's tightly fit on purpose, and that gets really uncomfortable to wear regularly. So for those reasons, we are really looking at what do we need to do and offer to our staff and to our student population. At this time, we don't have a recommendation to change our masking resolution, but what we have shared with our staff recently is that medical grade masks are available to all staff. They are in our buildings, and they're encouraged for use by all of our staff, regardless of the role. Traditionally, we've offered it in particular to staff that worked in close, regular contact with students doing toileting, healthcare procedures, just that ongoing regular close contact. But because the masking updates have made that recommendation about medical grade masks would be a higher level of protection, our facilities department is able to procure and offer that to all of our staff. In addition, we are providing N95 masks as voluntary use by all of our staff, but based on the current guidance, they've not been tested for broad use around children. And so at this time, that's not our current recommendation, but we'll continue to seek input from our healthcare providers, local public health, the state, around any guidance shifts that might come to be. But we are able to look at procuring medical grade masks for our student population, which have a similar filtration level to what an N95 or a KN95 would have. There's been a lot of talk around the KN95 masks, and while they're readily available, and I know people have been ordering them online through Amazon, there's a lot of counterfeit masks that are out there, and being able to determine if it's an actual reliable, true KN95 is difficult. And so I know that our facilities department has a trusted resource to be able to get N95 masks and medical grade masks that we know are reliable and trusted sources. And so that's what they're working towards building for our student and our staff population. If people are refusing or just not wanting to wear either an N95 or a medical grade mask, then doubling up with masks would be recommended, either wearing 2 disposable or a cloth on a disposable mask in lieu of wearing that N95 or the medical grade mask. And then the cloth masks right now are recommended that you have at least 2 layers of fabric in place. And then I'm going to turn it over to Director Parent.
Thank you, Director Langworthy. For this slide, Chair Vu and members of the board, we wanted to provide a quick snapshot of really what does the supply chain look like for us in terms of masks available for staff and students. Within facilities, I do have to give a big shout out to our environmental services group, which is the team that is responsible for all personal protective equipment throughout the district and all worker protection through an OSHA compliance through our regulatory compliance arm. So this is the group that's really been working since day one in the pandemic to understand the science and understand the market and industry that's growing around us and what's really possible for us as a system to support and to sustain. To give a sense of the scale of operation, it's important for us to note that even just in the first 4 months of this school year, we distributed about 850,000 masks, disposable paper masks, to staff and students. That's on top of the 210,000+ reusable cloth masks that we've handed out since the start of the pandemic. So really large volumes of work to provision that and to be able to sustain it. As Director Langworthy mentioned, the positive note at this time is by comparison to the start of the pandemic where we saw really significant constraints around our access to N95s and a really concerted effort to push those towards folks that worked in the healthcare industry. Those chains have opened up a little bit for us, which has allowed us to be able to offer N95s to all staff as part of a voluntary program. You'll notice we keep using the word voluntary because there is an OSHA component to folks that are required to wear N95s. That's a very specific use with a very specific support that we provide them in terms of fit testing and access to supplies. But for everyone else, being able to have this voluntary program where if that is something you choose to use as an educator, it is available to you. To look at the scale of supplies necessary to sustain this as an ongoing operation, I do want to just highlight the volume of material we do have on order. Some of these orders date back several weeks, and I want to highlight that this is a rapidly evolving picture. This is a snapshot from this morning, and it's already, I guarantee, out of date because we go through such inventory in a given day. And I know our environmental services team is working with a multitude of vendors to really tap every resource we can to get timely supplies. So, having 300,000 medical grade masks of varying adult and pediatric sizes, hopefully arriving next week, another 300,000 N95s arriving as early as this Friday, potentially continuing into next week. This is the kind of churn that our team is looking to operationalize into something for the scale of our district. Again, this is a rapidly evolving picture for us and something we want to stay really focused in on, but for us to be able to understand what the supports are based on guidance that changes very, very recently, just the magnitude of effort that's necessary to have on hand and to continue to support. So for being able to show this information to the board and the public, we thought was helpful just to get context to the overall operation.
And Chair Boo, we'll pause at this time for any questions, including our partners, Dr. Ogawa, and also Director Holly that's joined us for this question. So if you've had any questions regarding masks or the vaccines, Director Langworthy and Parent are also here to help you.
Any questions by board members? Dr. Kopp.
I have a question about availability of boosters for sort of be that 5 to 11. When is that coming online?
Yeah, that's also one of my crystal ball predictions. Chair Vu, Director Kopp. We are expecting information coming out of the FDA and the CDC within the next, we're hoping, few weeks regarding boosters for the younger ages. Also, the potential for Moderna to be also recognized for EUA under the age of 18, as well as another vaccine to be approved under EUA that we haven't seen before, which is Novavax, but the data around that is also being presented and is quite good as well. So I would expect now that the holidays are over, there will be more frequent meetings again by ACIP and the FDA to move forward on some of those recommendations. We do also expect the issue with under 5, so 2 to 5, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at data and studies, initially the doses that were being used in the study were either producing more side effects than were expected or not as adequate of an immune response. And so they're adding a third dose to those ages, 2 to 5, before and so we don't expect we'll get adequate data for that age group quite as fast as we had hoped.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm just wondering why the CDC hasn't made a recommendation on masks for children.
Chair Vu, Director Allen, they have a recommendation for masking. What it is that they don't have an approval for N95s. So N95s actually were created and are created for specific particulate matter, essentially work for both healthcare workers, but then also other workers in construction and things like that. So the expectation by the companies previously was that we wouldn't have children performing jobs that would require that level of protection. And so N95s were created and specifically fit for adults only. Just making it a smaller size because it's a medical grade and because it's specifically designed to filter a high volume of particulate matter, just making it a smaller size doesn't necessarily translate to children. So we do have medical grade disposable masks that are fit for and have been looked at in children. We just don't have, the CDC just doesn't have N95s specifically designed for that.
Okay, hop in your crystal ball again.
Yep, okay.
How long until you think we could know that type of information?
Chair Vu, Director Allen, that's a little bit more difficult too, because I don't expect NIOSH or other government entities to be pushing N95 fitting for children or masking. Part of that, I expect, is because when we look at, there have been some actually very good studies in manufacturing that look and that have been then adapted to infectious disease, where if we look at a room where we're all sitting in, and if we all wear N95s, we all recognize we're very protected, okay? But there's also been some very good studies now that look at if we're all wearing medical grade, but we're all wearing them properly, disposable, it's actually just as good. And even if we're wearing cloth, as long as everyone is wearing them properly, we all reach the same level of protection as we would if we were wearing a higher grade mask. So it's additive in terms of what we're preventing from coming out, but also what we're breathing in. The masks that we wear prevent larger particles, and to some extent, actually a fair amount, prevent smaller particles as well. And so then the particles that are circulating, there's less of us to breathe in. So I expect that we won't see N95s necessarily specifically being tested and studied in children, but I do expect that we'll be seeing more data coming out of school settings, Specifically, we know we've looked at school settings that did not have mask mandates versus mask mandates, and we'll still continue to be getting that data back that shows that protection that, just like Director Langworthy mentioned, the more we can get people to wear the masks appropriately and comfortably and consistently, the better we all are.
Thank you.
Director Ward.
Yeah, thank you for that information. That's incredibly helpful, and I'm learning a lot here. I guess to sort of follow that line of questioning, so the N95 masks are built for adult faces, right? And is fitted to adult faces. I guess I'm curious about the definition of adult, and wondering if, obviously like our educators would be considered adult, but might, the masks also be suitable for the features of, say, some of our high schoolers?
Chair Vu, Director Ward, I don't have the answer for that, I admit. I would assume that for the most part, it depends on the size of the individual. We all know that there are many high school. I have 4 high schoolers myself in my home, and they're all very different in size. All of them significantly taller than I am, and larger. But usually the general recommendation is 18 or older. However, I would expect that there potentially could be some 16-year-olds who may be able to wear them comfortably. A lot of it would matter on just that, comfortably and the feel and the fit.
Okay, so if we were potentially, I guess if a student was trying to evaluate whether or not it would be a good fit for them, it would be literally like, is it a good fit for you? Like, does it feel comfortable on your face? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Director Henderson.
I just have a quick question regarding like the long-term use of N95. So knowing that we have, let's say, give or take 323,000 by the end of next week, right? How often can you use them? And how many would you need on hand then to get through the week? And then when we look at our workforce, when we look at staff, how do those numbers end up?
I would, through the chair, Director Henderson, I'd love to actually tag team this answer with Director Langworthy. Currently, the FDA guidance is that we reuse N95s up to 5 days, 40 hours. One of the variables in this is loss rate. We don't expect that we would get perfect adoption of 40 hours of usage per N95, and that can be pretty variable. I think if we look at our usage pattern for our non-medical grade paper masks, we went through a lot of inventory. And so being able to message appropriate use, appropriate overnight storage, appropriate way to track and maintain them, that will really help give us the pattern to understand what that weekly flow is. We don't know exactly what that is. Our goal is to have enough on hand so that as we start, we can monitor and continue to resupply in a timely manner to support. But it's an open question for us right now.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ellis.
That was one of my questions. Thank you. So I don't know, I'm sure everybody has walked by or gone into a building and there are masks there, and I may already be wearing one, but I'll take that one just in case. And so I'm just wondering if that's sort of what happens as we're shifting which mask we get. Like, are we going to be able to continue to do that, or are we going to have N95 mask and then, we're having the other ones that I'm seeing doubled on everyone in the room? And so are we using both? Would we be using one over the other? What would be the recommendation? I heard what you said, and I agree with that, but I think that the push has been, and we keep hearing, we need to upgrade the mask. And if you're saying we may not need to do that, or, this will still work, it's sort of what would be the better option for us as we've got students who are varying in age and as well as our educators.
Director Parent, will you, Alicia, start out with how we're going to manage the distribution?
Sure. Through the chair, Director Ellis, our intent would be able to reach the scale where it is possible for us to do either a short or a long-term conversion to a higher grade mask for our typical uses. Again, N95s are not going to be sitting at the front door. That they are still too precious a commodity for us to have that free of an inventory with them. But I think they will be more on a request basis. So I think for us, understanding as we look at the long-term peak of Omicron and what that looks like, and what, again, the constant evolution of CDC and NIH guidance around what's making sense for where the pandemic is currently, I think it's really looking at trying to align what an elevated mask usage is for that duration and what that could look like longer term.
And I would just add to that I think just the distribution of where those are located and how students would access that, how we would message it to families around what's available and what do they prefer. Is it student choice? Is it parent choice? What does that look like? I think those are a lot of details we haven't had the opportunity to dig through in great detail and still need to work through like everything else.
Okay, so we know what time of year it is in Minnesota, and we know what happens behind those masks right now, right? That used to happen without a mask in your face, your nose is running. And I'm not going to keep this on my face if it's messy underneath there, and especially if I'm a little person. And so, like I said, I think that even if we're saying like 5 days usage, we know we're in winter, and that might not be feasible, and our little people will change out masks and try to figure that out. And so, as you're talking about, we'll have to monitor our inventory. I think that gets really hard as when our teachers are in rooms with our little people, and what's in the mask, what's not in the mask. You don't want students to take them off, but also, they may need new masks, and not every one of our students is coming to school with a mask. I mean, some of them are wearing them on the bus, and the minute I get off the bus, I'm taking that off because I want to breathe, right? And I might try to get back in, I might go into the building without it, and there'll be adults reminding me to put it back on. But if I can get out of wearing it, even for a couple seconds, I'm going to try to do that. Not all, I'm just saying some. And so just like thinking about, still, there's, to me, the usage and how are we going to be able to continue to do that. Again, because we are in winter and little people have cold and runny noses, and so do adults. And so you may not be using all of these for 5 days. You may only be using it for a day or a half a day or an hour, So I'm looking at the numbers of things here, and I'm just like, that still doesn't seem like that's enough. That still doesn't seem like that's enough. I don't know what number we get to where I feel like it would be enough, but I'm looking at this going, that's not going to be enough. Maybe that's just me.
Chair Director Ellis, thank you for that. Duly noted. I think that the two key things to keep in mind. One, what Director Langworthy said earlier, things are changing, and we want to be nimble enough to be able to meet the needs if the CDC or others come out with some standards. Also, we felt that this was enough supply to get us going. Director Parent's team, the health environmental team, will be constantly monitoring the inventory and have a cadence of when to order and what we should be ordering at that time. So it's not our desire that we completely run out of anything, just that we needed to be able to get some order on and begin to set some patterns of use and expectations of behavior around use, so that we can continue to get more refined with our ordering with it.
And I just have a follow-up question, because as you're talking about ordering and when we may or may not get things in, and there's like, everybody wants everything right now, and supply, and I just keep thinking, is it going to be taking us longer to get supplies as we're trying to replenish? Or not that we need to be in the point of hoarding, but I think in the replenishing, if everybody wants it, then that will make it harder for us to get it, and especially if we're ordering in large quantities. So does that help us, or does that hurt us to be ordering the amount that we need?
Through the chair, Director Ellis, that's actually one of the primary concerns of our environmental services group. We talked about, Director Langworthy talked about this a little bit about the provenance of stuff. We want to make sure that things that we are ordering are legitimate and they are actually offering the protection that we expect them to offer. And I think being able to suss out reputable vendors, materials that we can independently verify that they meet the standard of quality that we expect them to is a lot of the behind the scenes stuff that actually makes a pretty big difference in the efficacy of the program. For us, the supply chain has leveled out a little bit. Again, early pandemic, it was a really tough time getting PPE in, and for us to be able to get things in a consistent quantity was a challenge, and we frequently had orders pushed out, canceled, otherwise usurped by healthcare agencies. That was our day-to-day reality back then. Things have normalized out much better at this stage of the game. I do not at all want to promise that there won't be potential future disruptions. There is still some of that going on in the world right now. But for us being able to consistently order things in the quantities that we ordered last week and the weeks previous, I don't think is making too large an assumption to be able to sustain going forward. I think we are feeling confident that we can hit our cadence to supply whatever the public health realm is dictating that's prudent at this stage of the game. Again, recognizing that the public health picture is going to change week to week.
I'm quoting you at 8:51 on 1/18, year 2022.
I think Director Hawley had something to add as well.
Thank you, Chair Wu, Director Ellis. I just want to add some value here in our key partnership with St. Paul Public Schools. We've had an initiative happening since probably early 2020 called the Mask for Everyone Initiative. And so I just want any of our families, community members, and here at the board that we continue to offer that as a part of one of our initiatives through the Racial Equity and Community Engagement Response Team, but also through St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health. So community, if you're listening this evening, you can certainly reach out to Ramsey County and go on our website and request masks for yourself and your family and community members. And as a part of that, that focus was on cloth masks, but we are adding in surgical masks as a part of that as of last week, because we know based on the CDC mask guidance that we want to continue to offer masks not only to students in your district, but across Ramsey County. So I want to offer that up as an additional resource here based on the fact that we know, as mentioned earlier, that the supply and demand here is a challenge, and I think it will be an ongoing challenge that we all face, not only in school district, but also in our healthcare and public health settings. So I just want to offer that up. I also want to state that, reiterating mitigation strategies here, that if you're sick, stay home, right? Because we don't know what we don't know, right? It could be COVID, it could be a cold, it could be a flu, the flu virus. So I just want to reiterate that as a part of one of our key mitigation strategies, that if you don't know, it's just best to stay home and wait it out and to try to get tested. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Dr. Foster.
Director Ellis asked one of the two questions I had about snots. It's cold and flu season. Flu has been a big killer. People forget that. The numbers with flu. The other question is really about our tier, thinking about supply and demand, thinking about those kiddos who have a little more issues, thinking about our tier 3 and 4 programs. They've been running. Have we seen any trends with supply and demand within those buildings at all?
Through the chair, Director Foster, one thing I would mention is many of our Fed 3 programs, Fed 4 programs might have students with medical or masking exemptions. And so we have many students that are unable to wear the masks. So I haven't really looked, and we've not talked directly about usage at those particular sites and if it's higher or less, but it's certainly something we can look into. But I do get concerned about, with these additional layers of protection with some of those populations, the additional risk that puts to those populations, not being able to wear
And
them.
my question will be, what's the additional, because we know some of those, that is just the case, and we know that teachers are exposed to bodily fluids and other things as that, and what are the extra precautions in those settings?
So through the chair, Director Foster, the employees that are working in close regular contact with students, where they're doing those toileting, those healthcare procedures, behavior support, whatever it might be, they are offered that additional layer of PPE. So it could be isolation gown, it could be face shield, it's N95 or medical grade mask. So being able to layer all of those PPE is certainly something we've done since the beginning to provide that level of support for the employees.
Thank you. It's just really interesting to, because we hear different things. And so being on the ground and seeing it and then also hearing it. But sometimes people just don't know what they don't know. And part of it's trying to understand how are we taking those precautions? What are we doing at what levels? And how are we taking into considerations? We know other programs have higher needs. What does that look like, feel like, and how are we responding to that? How are we allocating resources? So thank you for that.
This time, any other questions from board members? If not, we can continue with the report.
Thank you, Tribune. And we're just going to have really a short update on Envision. And then we will wrap up and close out with talking about our temporary shift to virtual learning. And again, we'd like to thank our partners, Director Holly and Dr. Ogallo, for all your support. Chair and members of the board, Dr. Gothard, this was really meant to give just a brief update, an overview on Envision. Envision was part of our this school year. Had a lot going on this school year so far. Under the school support area, an update there is that we have met with all the impacted administrators actually several times. Each one of the schools have developed their teams. They may not all be finalized, but they've developed the team of site-based Envision teams that they are calling themselves. And also there's been a toolkit that has been developed and distributed to all the impacted sites and administrators with instructions and guidelines and frameworks on what to do, how to do, all the way from beginning your meetings all the way down to packing. So very time sensitive, but also comprehensive toolkit that the principals have really begun to dug in and already start to use. Within the student placement services, I know that was a question that a number of board members had as well as community members. How are we actually helping? The apply.sbs.org site was launched, so families can officially now submit their applications for the upcoming school year. Those families that are at the impacted sites, of course, are getting that additional support and attention from student placement. Each school has been assigned a student placement person to work with that particular school and their families on transition and questions that they might have. We have moved to a virtual school choice fair. The initial fair was at the Excel Center, and in partnership and alliance or alignment with our COVID protocols, we have moved to virtual. So all school tours will be virtual, as well as any open houses will be also virtual. But there is what we're calling a blitz that's going to be kicked off on January 31st, where really is the district's effort to encourage community to not physically, but virtually visit the schools. And then wrapping up with family engagement, their primary work right now is supporting the parents on the actual transition. So supporting student placement in that actually connecting verbally with families, either through email, calling, US mail, whatever strategy that is needed to be able to get a hold of someone to help them through that transition if they have questions. And we actually added family engagement to the core Envision implementation team just because we see them as such a critical department in helping to support the implementation of Envision. We are meeting with the impacted administrators about every other week on particular topics that interest them, and that those have proved to be very helpful for the administrators to help them walk through this transition. And I stand ready to take any questions or comments, Chair Vu, regarding Envision.
Questions from board members regarding Envision? Dr. Allen.
What exactly is in that toolkit that was distributed?
Thank you. Chair Wu and Director Allen. The toolkit are sample letters that they can use to send out to parents and community about their particular transition. There are flyer samples that they can drop in their date and time of their event and use that. There are sample of how to put together a video, virtual video, so marketing. There's also HR. So there's been a number of questions on HR and the transition of staff. So there's information there of how to help your staff transition, a timeline of that transition, what that would look like. There's suggested PowerPoints for families and community to use if you're having a meeting. There's suggested strategies on how to connect. We met with the principals and had a best practice system. So some of our principals that have already started this work have gotten together and just shared with other principals of how they've done it. Just want to give, you heard from the Gautier, some Gautier parents here today, and really want to give a shout out to Gautier and Hamlin. They've done some of this early work of connecting. So they're a little bit further along in some of the other school communities, but so they shared, Principal Riley as well as Principal Caldwell shared some of their learnings and kind of steps that they've used to help families transition. And it, like I said, packing. Packing is a big deal for staff that are moving and transitioning. And so there are guidelines in there how you pack and how to order your boxes and a timeline for how to do it to be respectful of students and understanding we're still it's a learning environment. So there's strategies really literally from A to Z in this toolkit, and it's dynamic. There's also Q&A in there for if there's questions that administrators feel like they still have.
So during Envision, I know that I personally came forth and asked for there to be some sort of intentional merging of the student bodies and populations. Is there work moving towards that? Because I don't see anything like that on there.
Chair Boo and Director L, yes, there is. It is actually part of that was one of the strategies that actually Hamlin and Gautier and a couple other schools are using. They're doing a student buddy system. So a student from the receiving school is connecting with a student from the sending school and starting a partnership or a relationship to talk about what is it at school A that you like that I may potentially like. That's just one example of how they're specifically engaging students. Other schools are getting parents together and having a parent table talk where they're just hearing from parents. How is it to go to Maxfield, talking to Jackson families? They actually had scheduled a bus tour that we have now asked them to put that on hold for a little bit until we've gone back to in-person tours and events. But a tour where Maxfield parents were going to welcome Jackson community parents on the bus and come over and see Maxfield physically. And a tour led by parents and students. So those are just some of the examples, and the toolkit provides a number of examples that principals and administrators can use.
And how are we ensuring that the principals, because we're kind of giving them the autonomy to do their thing, right? Because it sounds like different people are doing different things. How are we ensuring that all merging schools are coming up with some sort of plan?
Good question. So the project has now officially become a project of the district. And so the Envision Implementation Project actually has a project manager. That's Karen Randall, who has now put a project, a scope to that particular project, an objective to that, and every single administrator has a support and monitoring progress. That's actually what we'll be using to report officially out to the board on the progress of Envision. So we met initially with every single principal, impacted principal, and talked about a framework and a timeline for them, what might work. We put that now into a timeline and a chart, and gave strategies based on some of those goals. And so as a district team, we'll be working with those school administrators to monitor the progress. And so they were given also templates of how to have the meeting, PowerPoint. This is the type of topic you should be talking about at this time in order to make your goal by February 1st. You should have 2 meetings by now. They should be about this long. Here are your topics. So we provided that much detail for those administrators that wanted that, but also for those administrators that felt comfortable moving along and working on their own. They have that flexibility as well. So the purpose of meeting with the principals every other week of the impacted sites is to get that information, how well they're doing.
And so we heard from the Hamlin group today about some of their concerns about the facilities and the merging. I know that there's other schools that have people merging into them, and we didn't hear a lot from those schools that are getting the merging because they weren't actually closing. But I have had conversations that they are also concerned about the need to either expand to accommodate or to have more renovated spaces so that they can accommodate the folks, the youth that are the students that are coming in. Are we making adjustments on that, or and how does that go, and when will you present to us about that?
Chair Board, Director Allen. So if the adjustments can be made, we are putting them into a timeline. Some adjustments are not aligned to the SPPS builds. So if a school A is asking for a new entryway because they believe their entryway is not attractive enough, we have to bring that back and look at what is the impact for SPPS builds. You all heard and approved the bonding today and know the max amount of money that our goal is for the use on our facilities. And so all of that comes out of the same resources. So if we take resources from School A that was in SPPS build and use it for an Envision site, that means that we will need to make those adjustments, and the board would need to be okay with that. At this particular time, the questions that are coming to the team, we feel that we are able to manage those. There's always some changes with moves, some minor walls that may need to be erected or based on the class. We know that there's some adjustments that need to be made. I think you've heard a lot from the LNFI community about restrooms and others. As we went out, Director Parent and Assistant Superintendent Abamu, went out last week and did a tour on site with administrators as well as teaching staff to, in fact, no, there are appropriate sized toilets in that particular school. So just a matter of taking the time and doing that tour. So once an issue arises, we are meeting as a team and trying to solve that particular problem.
And then in the intent to return, that's going out to the entire district right now too, not just online, right? What does that look like for those schools that are merging?
So, Director Allen, the intent to return is site-based. That is a site-based decision if they do that. Otherwise, everybody automatically rolls over to the next grade at their current school. So if I'm in School B in 3rd grade, I have a guaranteed seat for 4th grade in School B. The impacted schools, the Envision schools, they received an additional amount of communication and attention and support to help them transition. So everybody will have a guaranteed seat if they do nothing, but they have received several notifications beginning back when the vote was made about the transition, what that would look like.
Thank you.
Director Foster.
Director Allen, I asked one of those questions. Thinking about that February 1st date, like everybody's supposed to have 2 meetings with families at that point. My question, because I'm hearing a lot about staff and, principals develop, that's all necessary, but also, that was one of our promises that engagement process would be with families in those school communities. And so I am looking for hearing, one, that we're on target, and 2, some of what's coming out of that in an update.
Thank you. Chair Boone and Director Foster, that will certainly be part of our update. We were thinking about providing general overviews. We certainly can look to provide specifics on each site, but that was part of how we're preparing to provide the board with an update as well as the community. Which is why it's extremely important that the administrators have those meetings and they We actually encourage them to have a specific person there just to take notes so that we can review those notes and get those back to the public as well as the board.
Any other questions by board members? Oh, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you for this update, and I am happy to hear that there's a project manager. Having worked with Karen Randall, I know we're in good hands there. I'm wondering when we might expect, we had talked, feels like years ago, but just a couple months ago, about like a monthly report to the board that would show up in an email. When would we expect to see our first one of those? And then we also discussed having some regular cadence of public presentation, so members of the community could also keep up on the work. And when might those begin?
Thank you, Chair Vu, for that. So this was considered to be January's update, so the February would be more form of the in writing to the board, and the administration team would welcome the executive team of the board to put it in alignment with the board schedule, but the Envision team, we're happy to present either at upcoming COBs, Committee of the Boards, or other at BOEs, just in alignment with the board schedule. But we are prepared to be ready to go whenever we need to. The information is dynamic and changing all the time, but it's readily available for that.
Thank you for that. I had I want to just note that the work that's being done by our building principals who are in these schools right now is incredible. When you just think of literally all the other things that they're doing, they're also making time for extra meetings, planning, virtual get-togethers, all of these things that they're really going above and beyond. And as I understand it, the site-based teams are made up of parents, staff members, and building leaders, and sometimes people in the community as well. And so I just want to shout out those efforts in a really difficult time to both welcome new families and also acknowledging that schools that are welcoming are also adjusting to, and that this is a emotional and can be a difficult process. But things I'm hearing and what I heard tonight from members of the community who have gone through kind of a real loss, and even in their grief are moving towards something and asking for investment and asking for energy from this district for that. I was really heartened by that, and that we should all be, that should redouble our efforts to, in our commitment to honoring that. One thing I know, so I appreciate the toolkit, that sounds amazing. I know a lot of schools are going to have their own ideas, things that maybe kind of fall outside of that. Maybe they want to do community meals, maybe they want to hire a facilitator. So how does that work with budgeting? Like, is there money that's not a school's money? Like, is there like an Envision budget that school communities can draw upon so they don't feel limited by what they feel like they need to do to build these bridges?
Tribune Director Allen, Kopp, yes, there is a budget. That's part of the toolkit, how to access that, how to request those funds, and parameters, and what categories UFAR's code that each particular activity needs. And so also information on how to create your own contract if you do want to work with an external facilitator or community member, how to go about developing that particular contract.
Thank you for that, and also want to thank the assistant superintendents who I know are involved having these meetings and working with the communities. This is a whole team effort, and I really appreciate everyone's attention to it while we're attending to many other things. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, continue.
Thank you for your attention, and Chair Vu and members of the board. We'd just like to close out and talk about our strategy and thoughts as we move into thinking about virtual learning and the shifts that we may need to make to that. And I'd like to ask Chief Gollins to lead this discussion.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. Earlier today, the superintendent sent out an email to our staff and families introducing our virtual learning plan and metrics by school. As we think about, again, not wanting to, we can do a deeper dive into aspects of that communication and answer any questions you may have, but wanting to kind of, again, share the larger kind of themes from that plan. So thinking about it in context of when we are looking at, and originally the request was that we develop a school-by-school staffing metric about what that temporary shift could look like. The premise behind that is kind of a couple different things. The first thing that I want to share with the board is that we wanted to look at it in a context of amongst classroom teachers. So when we think about classroom teachers, in our definition that we're working from right now, in an elementary context, it would be our K-5 classroom teachers. In a middle school and secondary context, it would be core content teachers and also elective teachers. And we'd be looking at that level of absenteeism across 3 consecutive days. As we think about also communication as part of this, knowing that today was day 1, there were templates provided to schools in terms of sharing that information with their school communities, basically providing them with a notice to say that today your level of absenteeism amongst this group of staff was in excess of 25%. And for the 70 schools that we're tracking data on, 70 schools and programs, I should say, that we're tracking on, that impacted 9 of our sites. When we also think about this and the other communication that was part of that email to not only our staff but also our families, is we have to also think about things in context of, we know that there's many other staff that make up our school community and that provide support and services to our students. And I want to just be kind of clear in the context of choosing classroom teachers and looking at that level of absenteeism. We see value in all staff. And so, but as we created a metric, we wanted to start with a simple metric. We wanted to start with data that we could easily gather and that was consistent across all sites. When we think about part of the aspect of when that shift would happen, again, after that 3rd consecutive day, we would look at the following 2 days and to say what would those rates potentially be to make an informed decision. We're looking at, again, the expectation of staff still needing to report to site because we still have students that we have to provide support to on a daily basis. And then having the site really begin to work collaboratively with the staff at their site to develop a plan of what that would look like during that duration of time. And obviously staff that are healthy and that are not in quarantine would report, staff that aren't wouldn't report. And that's part of the variability that the site is going to have to kind of take into account. What's the current availability of staff, who would need to report, and also this conversation grounded in how we equitably assign staff and how we understand who is reporting to the building on a daily basis. And again, as part of this, we know that our bus routes are going to continue to run, and we still have to make sure that meals are available to all of our scholars at our school. And with that, I will take any questions the board may have or offer the superintendent to share additional perspectives.
Questions from board members? Dr. Allen.
I understand that it's easier to gather data from classroom teachers, and I understand that you're really trying to target in on the teachers that are absent. But I feel like we owe it to the broader public to try to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 in our spaces in general. And so I feel like we should be considering the numbers of the student body, the numbers of all staff in the building, and taking that into consideration when we apply this metric. I know our focus is education, but we're in the midst of a pandemic. And so sometimes we have to prioritize things that are significantly different than what we usually do. And this is one of those things that we ought to be prioritizing. And so I just don't understand why we're just disregarding student body. I mean, we have 25% of the teachers out absent, right? What if 50% of the student body has COVID? And we just listened to the public health department say that folks, 2 days before they experience symptoms are able to spread. So if we have 50% of the student body with COVID, there's a good chance, even if they're at home quarantining, that there's a large amount of folks that are in the building that have been exposed and aren't necessarily at home quarantining and are continuing to spread COVID-19 in our spaces. We have to take that into consideration. I mean, there's really only very few buildings in this entire city that house as many people, humans, as we do. We owe it to the broader public to take these things into consideration. My question is, why not? Why has this not been our priority?
Okay, so through the chair, Director Allen, I think I understand what you're saying. So I would say that when you say taking it into consideration, even though you see this metric in front of you, there are other things that we are also looking at from a building by building perspective, and that we're looking at all buildings in that way. We agree, and we do think that student enrollment and the positivity of case rates is important, and we do need to look at that. We're also looking at busing as well, and we're looking at our routes. We're looking at questions around nutrition services, and meals as well. So there are a few things that we're looking at in general. As of right now, what we have been doing as a team is looking day by day at each one of the sites, including the positivity rates, to just say what potentially needs to change to support it. So we agree with you that it is also important. As of the metric, we believe that focusing on the classroom teacher, because it's more of a philosophical belief that if the goal is to try to keep buildings open, this is a way to do it. But as you are saying, you are correct that other elements are at play and that we have to look at those elements to make a really informed decision.
Chief Baker, I'll add one thing. If we have 50% of the student body with COVID, Director Langworthy would be meeting with us much sooner. We would never, ever let a building get to 50% be infected. We would be doing some broad-based intervention, mitigation. We talked about that from day one. And I think we've done as best we can. We certainly, don't understand the makeup of all these variants, but we've not gotten to that level in a single building and don't ever imagine that we would. Student attendance has been somewhat consistent. It kind of rides that curve of higher on Mondays and lower on Fridays. That's typical. It is lower. Just in general, we're somewhere in the 73, 74, 75% of students. That does take into account as well our online students, the 2,000 that you saw. So we have to keep that in mind too, that they do count even though they're online. So it is something that we understandably will look at and will take into consideration site by site.
And I think it's just it's just as important to come up with a matrix around that then. If we're prioritizing that piece in general, we should really be, when we look at this thing, it's not just about classroom teachers. There are so many other staff in the building that could be carrying COVID-19 that are not necessarily classroom teachers. And it's our responsibility to, one, constantly monitor those numbers and to make adjustments when those buildings are at a high rate. And I just don't think that we're doing that. I think that there's a lot of classrooms that are without a lot of students, we're without a lot of bus drivers, we're without a lot of teachers, we're even without a lot of substitutes. So we are definitely in a crisis situation when it comes to how are we providing the best education possible.
And Director Allen, I don't disagree with you at all. That's been an ongoing challenge since March of 2020, but I'll also share that every challenge you just listed are the challenges that every district is facing right now. And I know for a fact that when we went into emergency distance learning and then voluntary distance learning and then let's just call it hybrid, I don't care for that word, that there were equal challenges that we were never able to accommodate for. Mm-hmm. And whether a child is sick or a child is not coming to school, online is not the preferred way for our students to engage with their classmates and with their professional staff. Your points about other people having COVID. This metric is not being used to say that this percent of staff have COVID. Our absences are, I think, Executive Director McCarty could share, there's 20 different reasons that staff select that they're not going to be in, and they're all over the place. Now, are there more COVID now? Absolutely. I don't think any workplace would be able to say otherwise right now. But there are a lot of other reasons as well, and we factor the category of staff of the whole staff community are factored into and part of those daily consultations with our division of schools.
I have to say, I'm just really disappointed with the way this whole thing has played out. I was in buildings before Christmas break. I met with several different nurses, and they told me that there was a surge after Thanksgiving. The two things that we are certain about around COVID-19 is to follow the patterns and to follow the data, right? Those are only things we can be sure about. That was a clear pattern. I was hoping that our district would make the decision over Christmas break to, again, I'm saying mitigate, because we're not preventing, we're not stopping, but at least use that as a tool to go to virtual learning so that it can prevent people from coming all together in these huge spaces. As I said just a second ago, we are very few people that have this many folks in buildings across the city. And we owe it to not just our students and our teachers, but we owe it to the broader public to really take that into consideration. And we just dropped the ball on that, and that's very frustrating to me. I actually, at this point, I would like to motion to move to virtual learning on Friday, January 21st. I'm wondering, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Apologies. The current motion on the board right now is to move to virtual learning on Friday.
January 21st.
Is that a complete virtual learning for across the district?
That would be complete virtual learning across the district.
That was seconded by Director Ward. This is up for discussion. Any board members with questions and concerns?
So I'll just continue with my reasoning for this, because one is our obligation to the broader public. This also will allow for our staff and students to heal through this COVID surge and allow some teachers to come back to in person rather than having a high number of substitute teachers. This is not a new fact. When I was in school, when a substitute teacher came through the door, it was not the same impact as my regular teacher. And the percentage of learning that happened in that space was extremely low. That's not new, and it hasn't changed, surprisingly, in the last couple years. It's also for an opportunity for staff that are quarantined but not experiencing symptoms to connect with their students via Google. We're in our last week of semesters and in the end of a turn of a quarter, and I think they should have that opportunity if they're well enough to do so. Also, it allowed the district time to order and distribute the proper PPE masks to staff and students, and also tests. We also think that this is important so that we can continue to mitigate the further spread by decreasing the number of staff and students inside of buildings. The final reason, and this should be obvious to everybody, if the teachers say that we need to halt, and the students are saying we need to halt, as we saw at 1 o'clock today, then we have to listen to those folks. They are the ones that are in the classrooms. They are the ones that know what is happening and how it's actually all playing out. And that is the reason for my motion today.
Thank you, Director Allen. I was just informed by General Counsel Long that this is a new agenda on the agenda item, and for that reason, before we proceed with your motion, we need to make a motion to amend the agenda to include your motion that you just started. So it's almost like we're adding this to the agenda item. That needs to be approved to be included into the agenda item. Then if that's approved, then we will move forward with your motion. Is that how I understood it, General Counsel Long?
Correct. There's no action item listed in the agenda regarding a move to full-time online school. That would be a new item under the agenda. So because the agenda's already been approved, would need a motion to amend the agenda to include an action item on moving to virtual learning. There need to be a vote on that to amend the agenda. Then there would be discussion and vote. If it passes, then there would be discussion and vote on the motion itself.
General Counsel, to be clear, how many votes we need to pass this?
A motion to amend an approved agenda takes a 2/3 vote. And then, of course, if that passes, then a motion, Director Allen's motion to move to online learning full-time would be a majority vote. But the difference being is that the board already earlier in the evening voted on and approved the agenda. So this is a change to that agenda, which is why it's the 2/3 vote rather than the majority vote that you're used to for regular motions.
If that's the case, then I move to make a motion to amend the current agenda to include moving to virtual learning starting this Friday. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Is there discussion through the chair during that time because there's a motion and a vote?
Yeah, vote, motion, second, discussion before vote, yes.
Okay, so at this point, we're discussing to include this into the new agenda. Questions?
Sure.
Director Ward.
Just as a, I guess, point of discussion on this, since joining the board 2 weeks ago, by far the most communication I've received has been about this topic. And I think it's really important that however we feel about this, that we do have a discussion about it. I think that we really need to have a discussion in a public setting and weigh the options. And, I think the public deserves that.
Any other questions or concerns from board members? Director Kopp.
Just one question. So so I know we're motioning, we're gonna, talking about adding it to the agenda, amending the agenda. Do we have anything in front of us that we will know what we're going to be discussing in detail? And how do we address that? I'm in favor of having the conversation, but it's hard to have a conversation if you don't know what you're having a conversation, like the specifics. Because I think, as I've observed with this board, especially around COVID-related decisions, it's very personal. There's a lot of information and the details matter. And so just a statement about moving to a particular thing. I just want to put that out there. I don't mind having the conversation, but I am mindful that that presents its own challenges as we have the discussion.
So through the chair, to Vice Chair Cobb, because as of right now, I know that you are voting on amending the agenda, and then you vote on the potential recommended motion. Based on a board member, Director Allen, bringing this up, I think that from our side administration, there is going to be more questioning because the thought is if communication has already gone out to families, we're going to need to be crystal clear to ensure that whatever else changes or happens, that we understand what we're doing, that we're in lockstep with the board on this, and that there are a few things that we're going to need to understand to ensure that it's crystal clear.
Thank you.
Questions from board members regarding adding this to the agenda item? Second, or I'm going a second round for questions? None? Okay. So we'll go ahead and vote to add this to the agenda item. Director Allen, can you please go down the roll call?
Sure. Director Ward?
Yes.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Allen? Yes. Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Henderson?
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Item has been added to the agenda item to move to virtual learning starting this Friday. Does Director Allen need to redo the motion?
Just for clarity, Director Allen, if you wouldn't mind, yes.
I would like the motion to move to virtual learning Friday, January 21st, starting January 21st. Do I have a second?
Can I ask a point of clarification? Do you mean to go to distance learning for 2 weeks followed by anything in particular, or is it just for a certain amount of time followed by question mark?
So I'm putting the motion out there to move to distance learning. I want the board to have a conversation about what that looks like moving forward.
The current motion stands to move to distance learning starting this Friday, January 21st. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ward. Now we are up for discussion, correct?
All of my statements still stand.
Vice Chair Vu, yeah, so we have a motion, we have a second. Now is appropriate for discussion, yes.
Okay. So now I open up the floor for board members to ask clarification on this motion. Any questions from board members?
Yeah, so.
Dr. Allen.
No, go ahead, you were first.
Dr. Ellis.
So I have a few questions. So are we talking, you say distance learning, we've been saying online, just trying to make sure we're clear on language here. And exactly what are you talking about? Like completely trying to go remote? Like I'm trying to figure that piece of it out, because my understanding, and this is, MDE recommends that, or the way it's interpreted by law is that the district has to offer an in-person opportunity for students. And that would mean transportation, that's meals, that's in-person learning. And so if we're trying to do remote, we can't go fully remote. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly do you mean when you say distance learning? Are we talking online? Because again, we got to be really clear when we're talking about it with community, because if we're saying distance learning, they may be thinking there isn't an in-person option.
Right.
So just want to be clear about that.
Thank you. So the intention behind this is to move towards virtual learning, where all staff report to buildings. All students have the option, if they absolutely have to, come to buildings. Staff would teach online. Students would learn online. So they would have supports to support them while they're doing their lesson on the computer. The teachers would be also doing their online teaching. It would have to be up to the schools on how to position those students that come. But the goal is to reduce, say, a 500 person building, 400 students and 100 staff or whatever that balance is, down to 100 people so that we could properly distance in that space.
So the proposal is pretty.
Dr. Ward, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. Oh, so if I'm understanding correctly, the proposal is similar to what was currently on the table in a sense, except for the first, I guess, several days, every school will qualify for distance learning or online learning. We have, I guess, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which is 3 days. And then it would be every school in the district automatically qualifying for that shift to online learning as opposed to doing it for the specific criteria.
Correct. And I think we're continuing to use these words interchangeably. So I think I'm going to revert to the superintendent right quick to clarify the difference between distance learning, virtual learning, online learning, so that we can be very clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, Director Allen, let's rid ourselves of distance learning. That's a relic of the past. Let's not use it. That was language that was very specific to the emergency shutdown on March 15, 2020 with Executive Order 2002. And that's gone. So we have used the term virtual learning is what we're using in our plan, and I think what that does is it gives us its own place. And virtual learning, again, we cannot require that children, students must learn virtually. We have to continue to offer transportation, meals. Right now, the way that we have orchestrated this plan to be site by site, it's very similar. But there are some things that we just want to clear up. Childcare, for example, and I'll want Chief Turner to kind of take us through that if we need to. So yes, virtual learning is what I would like to stick with.
Thank you. So virtual learning would be sufficient in this situation, I believe. I am also, this is kind of what I think needs to happen, but as I always state when I'm talking about things, I'm only one person. And I honestly believe that this requires the collective of the board, the administration, the teachers, the students. Right now, we're in this bind where we have to come up with something, but I do want to have a collective conversation about what we can do based on the information that we've learned in the last year and a half about how students learn, and based on what we know about Omicron, to come up with a decision and a move that really works.
I just want to move really quickly to Superintendent Gothard. Wanted to bring Chief Turner up to the podium to discuss childcare.
So, and perhaps I can take care of this. So we've come up with a plan for a site-by-site temporary shift to virtual learning. If the board has looked at that, I mean, that is essentially, if I would like to know if the board would accept that, if this motion passes, that everybody moves to virtual learning, are the details of that plan acceptable? And I guess that's the big question. In there, we don't have childcare, but we do provide support at sites for families to bring their children to school.
Yes, Chair Boo and Dr. Gothard, members of the board, that is correct. In the initial plan that was presented to that administration put together and presented to the board as a draft plan in the event that we were to move to virtual, as all schools would have and all families would have access to a bus ride to school, because we have to provide everyone that option to go physically into a building. They would also receive breakfast and lunch as they normally would for those who decided to go in. For those who are learning at home or remote, they would have the option to physically go to their school and pick up a meal for their child or their family. Discovery Club would not be offered. For those families that needed that service, they'd have to look to an outside option if they needed childcare. Of course, they would go to their school for in-person support, but they would not. It's different than childcare. So our Discovery Club, as we know it, would be not offered or discontinued for that portion of time.
So where would the Discovery Club staff go? How would they support our process?
Chair Boo and Dr. Allen, the Discovery Club staff would be redeployed or reassigned to support the in-person support needed at buildings. As you looked at your example where you talked about 100 students coming in and needing that support, depending on the healthiness of the staff of that building, there very well may be more students who show up than we actually have staff to support them. So there is a thought that we would need additional staff to support, especially some of those small elementary schools where we really don't have a lot of support staff in those particular buildings. It's really the principal and a clerical person. So in those particular buildings, we would assign Discovery Club staff as well as other staff, extended day learning staff, community ed staff.
If I could just add, I mean, the list that was shared today shows definitely that buildings are all over the place, and it is very likely that there will be some sites that shift temporarily by as early as this week. But there are some sites that had no one absent today. There are some sites that absolutely don't want to change at all because they are thriving. They're doing great. We've been experiencing quarantines and staff and students alike, being affected for the better part of 2 years now. Not saying this is better or worse, but we're in a better place to manage it with our shift in quarantine and some of our isolation policies for staff. And I do think that the workforce shortage is going to be there no matter what. So we have to keep that in mind as well. And when we shift to online learning, we still require substitutes. So it isn't as though shifting to online, taking the burden off of some creates a better, there are still those substitute dynamics. In fact, showing up with the lesson plan in the classroom versus showing up on the cloud with the lesson plan, I would argue that even a substitute who may be out of their realm in terms of their assignment would have a better opportunity in person than trying to log in on a computer.
Director Foster.
Oh, gee. There's so much being said. Couple questions, just thinking about childcare, thinking about athletics. Is this putting a pause to everything in this district? Throughout the time, I think about our requirements for our FAPE students as well. So just trying to get a little understanding around that. What would that mean?
Former Chair Foster, Director Foster, I would not recommend. I would recommend following our same guidelines that we have in our plan. So again, I think the way that we've laid out our site-by-site temporary shift to virtual learning is how I would like to operate right now, unless I'm told different through this discussion. So we would keep those activities going. Our teams and some of those other activities have dealt with this again and have been through a lot to try to remain whole. And I would not support that.
Did you get your question answered, Director Foster?
Yeah, I gotta reframe. I'll come back.
Any other questions by board members? Dr. Henderson?
I just have a question, and I'm not sure if this is out of order, regarding the 3-day plan that was proposed or has been laid out. Looking at sites, right? Like, let's say we have a site that has 40% of educators that were out today, and this was day one. Is there any movement to, rather than have folks come back into a building that's at, 60% capacity, could you go straight to day 3, or do you have to go day 2 and then day 3?
I'll turn it over to the team. We did talk about some of these scenarios.
Through the chair, Director Henderson, thank you for your question. In the communication that was shared with families and staff, again, it talks about the start of a process in terms of determining some initial metrics that we're analyzing and looking at in terms of levels of absenteeism. We know that absenteeism in some of our buildings will actually be lower tomorrow and potentially higher in some. We know that some staff are returning. Staff absenteeism, yes, I would probably say that the prevailing reason of absence is COVID related, but not all of them. So that's part of the piece about an absence isn't an absence isn't an absence, and there could be a day in which they're gone for a day, and that's part of the multiple variables that I think Dr. Gothard referenced in terms of from Executive Director McCarty, that there's 20 different reasons why someone would select being absent. We had the 3-step process in terms of looking at the data and then trying to look ahead and try and understand absenteeism, and then while providing families some notice about preparing for what the shift could look like, because the family letter did say that we are encouraging families to keep students at home, but we know that that's going to be a hardship for some families, and emails that we've received accordingly have also expressed that. Some of our family parents are essential workers. And so, again, not having an executive order, not having a stay-home shelter, it's how do we try and reduce the numbers once we get to a place of understanding what that absenteeism rate is. At the bottom of that communication, again, there's nothing that precludes the superintendent from unilaterally making that decision about an immediate shift. But we have to look at the data to understand the why behind that, and also look at some of the other absenteeism rates that exist in some of our buildings. We talked earlier about, it was referenced earlier this evening about some other aspects and some other initiatives. For example, in elementary, like we brought in a lot of extra adults we invested $10 million into our buildings to support job embedded professional development, doubling the number of prep specialists. So staff members would get a prep and then also an extra 100 minutes per week. So again, going back to not defending, but just kind of clarifying, we have WIN teachers that are funded with other initiatives to try and improve literacy scores. So we have lots of other adults. So we look at it in totality, but we also know that it's kind of inconsistent site by site. So the common through line thread for us in terms of a simple place to start was our classroom teachers looking at that. But again, that doesn't, that also is, that does not say that we don't see value in all staff in terms of them reporting. And frankly, we're going to need all staff reporting as well to the site because we don't have 100% attendance right now, and we wouldn't. And it's also trying to provide communication to parents about providing that flexibility, providing access to FAPE, providing students that need access via SPED, that we have to be ready for anything when the students come off the bus. And that's the plan that we're actually launching and maybe modifying in a principal pop-up meeting tomorrow at 9 about how administrators are going to be leading their staff and working with their teachers and staff members on what that plan looks like. The goal is to reduce, but we also have to understand and be ready for a large number of students that actually count on our schools being open.
I appreciate some of that context. I do. And I think what I'm struggling with, right, is when we exclude the number of staff that are not teachers from some of this metrics, I think we're losing some of the bigger picture. And my other concern as well is you mentioned having time for a prep for each educator, right? Well, I think I'm sure other folks here have heard that there are many educators that don't have that currently. So we are seeing the impacts of other staff that are out, not just our regular teachers, right? And I think we need to have some sort of way of balancing that within any metric that we use. I would also be really interested to think about or to hear, if you have the numbers, what would our 25% look like if we were including other staff members in those metrics?
So the other part, to provide context, through the chair, to provide context, we haven't talked about the tier 2 process in terms of the district staff that have been deployed. That's another context to this. This morning, so I had to pause and do a quick check. We deployed 47 people out to buildings in various sites. And again, some of those sites, received, one of our comprehensive high school received 8 of the tier 2 staff that showed up to support that building to offset the staffing concerns of the normal staff being out. Looking at the data, and again, this is a start in terms of looking at this. I've looked at other districts in terms of how they're looking at it. Dr. Gothard has shared information with me. There isn't a simple formula that says this plus this equals that. There's a context to this, and I don't want to underscore the fact that some of the other data that we're gathering is about helping inform the art behind making this decision. So it's not just you need to have a line in terms of the metrics, but then also there has to be some ability to finesse and understand some other context pictures to that. We have some sites that have 7 classrooms. So from the context of this metric, and I'll be the first one to put it out there that makes this metric hard, is that if they have a staff member that's out on leave and they have 1 staff member who's absent, they hit that metric every single day. And they're perpetually in virtual learning until we would look at it and say, okay, we need to modify this. We have to understand that some of our sites, some of our level 4 sites, this is a hard metric. And we have to think about that. And I appreciate how Deputy Chief Dowd was pushing me earlier in the day and informing me and giving me a context that says, we have some sites that have 10 staff and 14 students. So if they're above 25%, do we go to virtual learning for those 14 students? What does that look like in regards to FAPE and also this broader kind of context? Yes, there's other staff, and that's part of the context that we want to be looking at to make an informed decision as we make any recommendations to the superintendent and communicate that to families.
Okay. I will have additional questions, but I'll let other folks ask them as well.
Dr. Ellis, questions?
I just wanted to know how many families we have or students we have in Discovery Club, because if we have to deploy staff to other places, Discovery Club is a service that families pay for. And if we're not able to provide that, then what other option would we be giving to them because they gotta go to work?
Yes, through the chair, Director Ellis, we have about 800. If you remember back from the chart earlier, right now, normally we have about 1,800, and we have about 800 right now. We would be offering them, working with our community partners to offer them other options, community childcare and daycare. But part of the reason why we were not in a position to offer Discovery Club is that these are the same staff that are also in our buildings, as well as we can't, because it is childcare, there's a ratio that we have to maintain. And so it looks a little different. And if we can't guarantee that we can maintain that ratio set out by the Minnesota Department of Health, then we're out of compliance with actually offering childcare to that.
And then the other question that I had was back to staffing and the 25%. I think that I have a couple of similar feelings as Director Henderson, is that we're not including, I know it's classroom teachers, I know that. I think in our conversation we talked about the fact that we're not including all of the staff within the building in this metric. And that's problematic because some of our kiddos need those people to make it through their day. And if they're part of that quarantine, that will too have an effect and impact on the building and operations and functionality of what can get accomplished in the day. So I think that it's people, I get that we're talking classroom teachers, but I think that there's a larger picture here than just our classroom teachers. And so I wanna be really clear about that, because I know that on a lot of days where I've been in buildings, it's our support staff, it's our paras who are helping hold our kiddos together for a really hard day. And even currently now, some of our kiddos who are really struggling, and there are people in the building that they're looking for, and they're not always the classroom teacher. So I think I'm confused why we wouldn't even consider it. I know they do not get subs when they're out of the building, but that should make us paying more attention to that, because that is also decreasing the number of people supporting students in a building.
So, Director Ellis, one of the things that I have charged the team to do is every day when they have their consultation building by building, those are the exact factors that are part of the process. The challenge is we don't have uniform way of how those staff are allocated. Okay, our staff are allocated at elementary, middle, and high school in a much more formulaic way. So it provides at least a baseline that's somewhat consistent. Now, each building is different size, different enrollment, so you have different numbers of teachers. But in terms of how the additional support staff are added, there is nothing like that. So it very much is a column in our metric that is discussed every day at those staff meetings to say what other staff are out, how long are they going to be out, how does this factor into the process. But for us to try to display that and have that be part of it every day, I I don't know a good way to do it. We talked about it, and I don't know a way to do it that is going to give us any better data than using it as part of our consultation. I think the big thing for this plan is that day one sends a message to the community that we're watching the school very closely, and it's imminent that you could move to virtual learning for a 5-day temporary period.
Thank you, Superintendent. And then to Director Henderson's point, do we have to get to day 3? Like if we know that day 1, it's like, ooh, this is rough. Like day 2, are we sending out, or at the end of day 1, are we sending out a communication to families that, this was a rough day and this transition may be happening sooner rather than later?
So,
because if it's already a train wreck, let's not watch it. Like, let's be proactive and figure out a different plan and put that in place. So instead of waiting to the 3.
yes, day 1, the message went out. Day 1 to 9 sites, did you say, Chief Collins? So definitely there are sites and families that are watching things closely tonight. In there, it says that there is discretion to move schools to virtual learning sooner than the process. What we're trying to do is project and predict what it could look like day to day. I understand sometimes it can go like that very quickly. Hopefully we can get through that, but I wanted to give our buildings a chance to continue to do the great job they are covering where they can. And I should point out to everyone as well that the number of absences we have is higher than it normally is, not by as much as I thought. It's truly the sub shortage, the coverage shortage too, that's exacerbating this. So, we're going to continue to have that challenge throughout. We just are. Any absences, we're not going to have 100% fill.
I just had another a question for Director Allen. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second day. You said January 21st to when?
I didn't give a time. I thought we could discuss that. The Public Health Department did just say that the peak would be around the 24th, 25th. So I guess if I was given a recommendation, I would say 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So that we would return back on the 7th of February.
And then my question would be for the programs that the schools that the superintendent alluded to that are doing well and, are staffed and may have different configurations and, we've got the 25. Are those schools we're going to put into virtual learning right now, or are we going to allow those schools to continue going forward, not in virtual?
So according to my motion, they would go in right now, and kind of what you're saying, I don't want to watch a train wreck. We just had the presentation from Public Health saying what is happening and that it's continuing to rise. Maybe those schools haven't been hit yet, but there's a good chance that we can prevent them from being hit with a large surge,
Through the chair, also to add on, Director Allen, but also Director Ellis, just to provide some more context to the 3-day scenario model. We agree, we're not necessarily just trying to watch a train wreck. Our goal for the first day when we send out communication is to get ahead of it as much as possible so families understand to potentially prepare. But our goal on our side is to be aware and to start to be able to move some things around. So it is not that we're just sitting there watching the data doing nothing. During that time, we're potentially deploying tier 2 subs, different things like that to ensure that support is getting to that building. So I want board members to understand that that is our rationale behind the 3-day scenario. There may be situations where even though we've tried to do that, those rates are still high, and then yes, we are transitioning, as you said, but it is not our stance to just sit there and watch it without doing anything. That first day allows us to get ahead of it and letting parents know that something potentially would be happening, but it also allows us to do some moving around internally to put support out to that site, which is needed.
So can I get a quick scenario on that very thing? So right now, this is a real-time scenario. Nokomis North is at 56%. We definitely put them on the watch list today, but they're still going to show up tomorrow and possibly still show up the third day. But they may have an announcement between the second day and the third day that they'll move to virtual learning.
From my understanding, that is correct. Through the chair.
So what would be the work that you do between today and tomorrow? That are you guys doing any kind of work to send people there so that the absentee rate is not at 56%?
That through the chair, that is what we are really trying to do during our time, is focusing on sending support, specifically staffing, and more specifically tier 2 subs to that site to help with that rate. We're not saying that we're going to be able to do it 100% of the time. And with that scenario, I don't know for sure. We still may be transitioning in. Our concern is in following the data, we're having to try to make this delicate balance in ensuring that we're taking data and not making a decision on one day. Our concern is based on some of the fluctuations that we are seeing. We want to make sure that we're doing all we can and still providing parents and community enough notice to know that something would be happening. We wrestled back and forth on the timing of the communication. We decided the earlier the better so we can prepare parents, but it also allows us an opportunity to still try our best to move around support. The other thing that I wanted to say to board members is the reason that we are suggesting this model is because this model allows us that if there are a few schools that end up shutting down for a short amount of time, staff can also be deployed. The staff that are not necessarily at that school could be deployed to another school. So it still allows us to have that flexibility. Our concern, and this is, I want to be able to say this to board members, but also publicly, this model philosophically is about ensuring that our buildings are able to stay open, helping to mitigate risk, but it is about buildings staying open. And so in doing that, our goal is to say that we believe that this is the best way for our students to be able to learn. We know it's not perfect. We're trying our best to mitigate as much risk as we possibly can, but philosophically, that is the rationale for this model.
I'm sorry. I'll get to that. Go ahead. Are you done, Director Ellis?
I am, thank you.
Go ahead. You were up next.
Director Ward, you have a question?
Sure. I think that the sort of like the philosophical position that we're trying to keep as many buildings open as possible has been sort of apparent through this process. And I think that a lot of hard work and deep thought has been put into it, and I think that's reflected. I guess where a lot of my frustration has come from is that one of the goals that I think that we should have more so at the forefront is trying to make sure we're keeping as many people out of dangerous situations as possible. And those goals can kind of conflict at some point. Obviously, like you would love to have like this optimal situation where only people go to school if it's safe, and like we know for sure on this day it's not going to be safe, so you don't go. And I understand that we're sort of venturing into a space where we're trying to figure it out, and there isn't a perfectly clear right or wrong answer. But I guess through this process and with the finished product we have, what I see is something that errs too much on the side of let's get people in person and doesn't err enough on the side of let's keep people safe. And that's where my concern is coming from, and that's why I seconded this motion, is because I feel like the motion from Director Allen more adequately pushes toward that goal as opposed to the plan that we saw come through this process. I'm concerned that we're going to have too many buildings that are open when they don't need to be, whenever it's not safe for our kids, and whenever good learning isn't happening. I feel like the 25% number to me feels too high. It seems like it should be lower, and I'm also worried, as a number of other boards of members have said, that you're going to have situations where people are going for multiple days into situations that are unsafe or are not ideal, when really we should be acting much faster. So again, that's why I seconded the motion.
Any other questions by board members? Director Kopp.
So I guess I lost track a bit of, are we, the motion is still on the table. So I do have questions. So I feel like I understand that what you're describing, Director Allen, is all staff report to buildings. staff would be teaching online, students would be learning online, and those who need to be would be in person, but learning on their device. And students who could stay home would stay home and learn on their device. So I have a couple like wonderings about this. So one is I think about the challenge of transition. Like we're kind of like we're doing this thing, and as you know, everyone has said in different ways, it's not, nothing is optimal now. There's not been anything optimal for like 2 years. It's just not. And so it's always the least worst option is what we feel like we're trying to do, and trying to mitigate harm, trying to reduce damage to people's physical health, to their mental health, and there's a shortage of good answers. And so I think about the potential challenge of transitioning for a week and a half, and I'm thinking a lot about little people, because I know we've heard a lot from our middle schoolers and our high schoolers who have organized admirably in favor of what they want. And I think about our little people who those transitions and building routines can present particular challenges and disruptions, especially if they have built some positive relationships in schools. So I think just about that, like factoring that in to, and then if we do that for 2 weeks, then is that the only time we're doing it? Is it like we're doing it for 2 weeks and then we're done no matter what? I mean, it's like, because it's so hard to predict. Like Dr. Ogawa talked tonight about her crystal ball, and like we'd all love to have one and we don't. And so I think there's a wondering in our community, and this is, you know, it's easy to perceive based on emails or social media what people think, but I promise you it is so much more complicated. Like people have very different views about this, even with their own kids. Like my one kid needs this, my other kid needs that. And so I'm reflecting on how we balance that transition piece. And I'm also thinking about, so it's like, that's just on my mind. I'm thinking about the district's proposal with the tiered, kind of looking at this 25%. I think about, when does that sunset? Is that a forever, you know, how long does that go? Because we don't really know what to expect. And when I think about returning to kind of a supportive model, and we did something like this before, where I think before students came back in person last year, we had that intermediate ground where students who wanted help could go in. That was maybe about this time last year before we went back fully in person. I think about jumping back and forth between virtual learning and home, and we're all grappling with just that massive degree of uncertainty. So anyway, sorry, this has all been kind of building up as we've been thinking here, and I'm grateful for the conversation and the questions that we've had so far. So one thing when we were talking about maybe possibly doing this, so all staff report to buildings. Is that something we, you know, and I don't expect Director Allen to have an answer to this, but maybe someone else does. Is that something we can do? Can we, and we'll, I know this has not maybe been a popular proposal or item, and so if we have all staff so they can better support the students that are in the building, is that something that's going to happen? Like I said, I don't know if there's an answer to that, or if that's just a rhetorical.
I think the can we do it is probably a Chuck Long question. But are you asking, like, hypothetically, do we have the staff to make that happen, or will teachers show up?
As I understand it, there were concerns about previous understandings that there was, I don't know if that's an MOU or something from an earlier iteration. And if I've got this wrong, someone please correct me. I don't want to create more confusion. Yeah. But if there's a working MOU that has specific language that we can or cannot do something, like we need to, that's a whole other conversation that has to have before we can do the thing that we need to do. And as we heard tonight, there's a certain bit of timing here, and are we going to be able to manage that? And I'll hear from anyone who's got a
So through the chair, Director Pop, what you're referring to is an earlier agreement that we built with SPFE around a memorandum of agreement. And in that agreement, you talked about the 4 different types of learning. So for different types of learning, there were different agreements as to who would report to work and who wouldn't. You may recall that in a digital day, we agreed in the MOA that paraprofessionals and SPSC would report to the building during a digital day of online learning at home, while teachers would not be required to report. Now, over and over again, we know that just because it is written in some way doesn't mean that teachers only fall in that direction. You know what I mean? That people do whatever is asked of them, usually go above and beyond. But that would be the understanding of that piece. In this case, that is a departure from the MOA that all staff report initially to the site because we have to be in person, we have to offer the in-person options, and we have, frankly, a commitment to be equitable across all of our groups, to be on site, ready to help, roll up our sleeves. We all do it, they all do it. And then, once assessed, how many students are here? There was a report of there's all kinds of anecdotes out there. So let's say there are 86 students show up at the middle school. Well, at that point, the principal and the team have to make a plan for how they can respect that other aspect of our agreement, which is that teachers don't need to be teaching online and teaching in person at the same time. So that means that staff need to be moved around to support the students who are there and to ensure that we don't further burn out or make teachers more fatigued or more frustrated, or families for that matter, by putting them through basically a dual work experience. So what we heard in our collaborative conversations was really didn't initially like that notion of all staff coming reporting, but they would. They would because that's what the district can ask for, and that's what they would do. And with the understanding that we're not going to have every single staff person sitting in classrooms teaching their students who are at home, right? If we don't have, if we have so few students there at the building that need the attention. And I'm talking about students who have, food insecurities, housing insecurities. I wrote a letter on behalf of a student who said, I have to be at school because I need a desk. I don't have a desk at home. And it becomes an inequity for him to be able to have to work from home, or the circumstances they're working in at home. So all of these pieces then, and not to mention the needs, certainly our students with disabilities, some of their IEP goals can be met virtually, whereas others simply cannot. So all of that would be sorted through, and that's why that day that we call that day 4, that's a critical day for our buildings, because that's being sorted out. Our students are receiving asynchronous instruction so that they can asynchronous, anytime instruction that day, so that the teams can be built and the lessons can be prepared and adequate time to transition can be made. Then they go into their the 5 calendar days in this scenario, 5 calendar days, and are back. Hypothetically, if they went out Friday, they'd be back the following Wednesday, and they'd be back in their building, with their staff, with their teachers full time. But buses, meals, etc., would be available for families to go to the site. Thus, we need all, and I know this phrase drives people crazy, all hands on deck. Initially, in those tough times when you're trying to lay out the plan and ensure that you're meeting all the aspects of the plan.
Did you get your questions answered, Director Kopp? Okay. Any other questions by board members?
I do still have a question about this plan, even though I do know that the motion is still on the table for virtual learning right now. One, where did you get the 25% from? And then 2, are we taking into consideration the amount of people in high schools, middle schools, and elementary? And is there a way to create a percentage that's aligned with those numbers? so that we can have a better look at actually what's happening in the space?
Through the chair. First, as I pause for a second, I'd also like to invite Deputy Chief Dowd come up because I think there's a context also that the board needs to be informed on in regards to when you think about birth to 5 in terms of the impact of this decision, because that's also going to be very hard to shift to that virtual context relative to just access, FAPE, et cetera. Second question first, and we'll go back to the 25%. The 25%, again, when we started to have a conversation with the St. Paul Federation of Educators, the initial metric that we shared, we received feedback that that percentage was much too high. So we decreased that percentage accordingly. Additionally, when I was doing a cursory review surrounding metrics, and again, the metrics that are happening in the metro area, I was reaching out to colleagues. They didn't have metrics per se like this. They just made a decision. Again, they followed kind of the art side instead of the science aspect in terms of making that decision. When I was looking at the dialogue within Chicago Public Schools, there was also metrics that align with percentages around this number. There's other aspects that other districts have included that we didn't include in the context of just how we wanted to try and provide a simple data point so we could explain it and we could monitor it effectively and use it as a starting point.
Are the schools in Chicago aligned with our school numbers?
No, so I'm just saying in terms of the metrics, based upon what I was reading in regards to the back and forth in that context. So just trying to see what else is out there in that context. This percentage is close in that context in terms of, again, not being an expert on what's happening in CPS and within CTU, but some of those numbers in terms of just a general percentage. If the number gets much lower in that context, as even from a classroom teacher perspective, when I was looking at just the data, so yes, we had 9 sites today that qualified and received that notification in regards to being at that point. And we had 34 of them in that 10 to 24% range. And so part of the conversation too is how do we get to a place, again, going back to the place of saying, if we believe that the best mode of instruction and the best format of instruction is in person, again, as I heard Chief Baker share, that was the focus in regards to saying, how do we build a metric that is reasonable in a context of a starting point that would identify some sites. You mentioned Nokomis in that context. Yes, they are red in that context. And there's also a context also saying the other data that we collected was that, we sent out 2 tier folks, 2 tier 2 folks. They covered 3 of the positions within their tier 1 rotation, and they received 3 teachers substitutes via the normal process of teachers on call. So again, there's that additional data in regards to understand why there's an absence and how we can best fill and prioritize them as a site with a higher percentage. In regards to the secondary sites, I guess I would have to probe a little bit more to understand what you're thinking about. Are you looking at like total people in the building and what that would look like?
Yeah.
And again, given the variability of student attendance and staff attendance and what that looks like, we wanted to keep the metrics simple and use this as a starting point for how we look at things. And again, this is the initial data point, and then there's a lot of other data that's collected in the context of every call that each assistant superintendent and the deputy chief made to gather that data. So with that, I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Dowd to share some perspectives in regards to things that we also need to be thinking about for our birth to 5.
Thank you. Chair Vu, Superintendent, members of the board. For the new board members, I'm Marcy Dowd, Deputy Chief of Schools. One thing I want to talk about and why we decided school by school is we also talk about program by program. And so the majority of our job is schools, but we are everywhere. We're in hospitals, we're in care and treatment. We have an enormous birth to 3 program, an early childhood program. And they're all experiencing COVID in different ways. They're all experiencing absences in different ways. And so that flexibility to allow students that are just born, to get in-person support services that are critical to their special needs is a big part of their programming and future development as they go through our school system. So when we think about special education, you heard that we have to have an in-person support for students. What I want to share about special education is if a student needs in-person services to receive FAPE, a free appropriate public education, we need to provide it. We don't have the executive order anymore. That's gone. That executive order allowed us in special education to write contingency learning plans. Those are gone. We have to provide the full minutes outlined in the IEP, regardless if we're virtual or in person. And if a student can't access their minutes virtually, we have to talk about bringing them in person. And that's all of it, our paraprofessionals, our teachers, everybody, to support our students. And so the district-wide, we had a lot of discussions about that. And we got to think about all of the students we serve. And the building by building, program by program, is really important for those decisions. I mean, just think about our birth to 5-year-olds. What does virtual learning look like for them? We had a whole year to set up online support, iPads, coaching for families. We knew that wasn't the best model. And so when we make decisions, we just really are trying to think about all students and why we're going building by building or program by program versus district-wide. And so they were robust conversations. So I just want to share that. And I also want to add, the 25%, I've been living this for 2 days, going deeper in the data. And for me, as someone who oversees schools, that is literally a red flag. That's what that 25% is. For us to have conversations with the principals. Who is gone? Is it the SSL? Is it a classroom teacher? Is it a teacher that students are going to come to that classroom in a rotation and no one's there? And so we look at the teachers because they're on a set schedule. And then so that is really a red flag. Then how many subs were supported? Why were the teachers gone? Is it really COVID related or did they have a personal day? And so then we look at, is a person going to be gone? They hit that 25% because they're gone 1 day? Or are they going to be gone 5 days? We dive deep into that data with that principal. And then we say how many subs were able to come? How many subs have been consistently able to come from teachers on call to that school? How many tier 2 subs can we get there? And then we talk about, is this doable and how sustainable is it? Knowing that in 5 days, some staff that are out on COVID quarantine or isolation will be coming back. We are laying that whole map out, building by building, and making decisions. So the 25% is just a red flag to dig deep into what does that really mean. Thank you.
Real quick though, because I know that FIP is so important. How are we fulfilling those minutes if we have high staff shortages in areas where we typically don't have subs, which is pairs? I mean, I know teachers on call do some subs, but they're still far and few between long before the pandemic, right? So how are we fulfilling those minutes now?
For a paraprofessional or teacher?
Paraprofessional has to fulfill the PCA.
So for the paraprofessional, there's not actually minutes on the IEP. It's times in which we give support. Frequency. Marcy gets, 5 times she gets paraprofessional support throughout the day during transitions or during math. Right. They're not minutes. And so what we really look at is how does the team wrap around and provide that support in a math class. If the para is not there, support with changing or personal care. It is a rotation with the staff. It's all hands on deck.
So paras don't have to log minutes anymore?
So they do log their time for third-party billing, which is different than IEP minutes. So it's going into the weeds. It's going a little bit into the weeds, but yes. So we do write IEPs with paraprofessional support.
Right.
And just if a paraprofessional is sick or pre-COVID, the team pitches in. Maybe a Fed 1 or 2 pair, like I need
Yeah.
help first hour for Marcy. So the whole team in the building talks about supporting each other.
But how do we do that during a COVID surge, though?
So, I mean, I'm going to tell you the absentee rate isn't overly different during COVID or pre-COVID. You know, we have a lot of students that are online in the online school in special education. We have a lot of students that are homebound because of medical conditions. We're down around 200 students on our December 1st child count. And so we are shifting and moving. We also deploy all of our special ed coaches and TOSAs and leads out to support the buildings that need it.
See, I was coming to help you, but I see you got
You
it
can
covered.
come on, we'll take you. We'll take you. Yeah, no, so I mean, all of our coaches, all of our out, we've all taught classes, we've all provided special ed services. I was in the building on Friday. It's just what we do.
All right, thank you.
All right, at this point, is there any questions from board members? So I just want to get my head wrapped around this. We have a virtual learning, so that lets me know that the people, the families, and the students who want a virtual learning model are getting it. So I can only deduce that the people who stay in the buildings want an in-person learning. So it is our priority to provide an in-person learning. That's our first priority. But we do have obligations to keep our staff and our students safe as well. Now with this plan, Director Allen, what are we trying to achieve in this 2 weeks? Are we trying to just wait out the surge and watch the Ramsey County data for it to go down?
Well, that's one. I think it gives time for the administration to get in the proper PPE, the tests that are on their way, and the masks, whether it be the double masking or N95 masks. It also gives an opportunity for teachers like I said, to directly connect in. I think that there's a lot of substitutes in buildings right now, and there's a lot of there's probably teachers, I'm guessing, that are not necessarily sick, but they are on quarantine, and they would like to be able to connect in with their students, especially at the end of the quarter.
Okay, so I just want to be clear what the current motion is at this point. Because I understand that you wanted to hear feedback from the board. Is this your final motion? Because I want to make sure that you want to include like the end date on it, any other kind of stipulations that you feel is essential.
Yeah, I mean, I think I should make the motion very clear at this point, if our discussion is done. Is everyone done? So to be clear, I would like to motion to virtual learning starting Friday, January 1st for 2 weeks. We would return February 7th, and we would base it on some sort of metrics. I'm guessing something very similar to this if the board approves that, in order to bring our schools back into person.
I just want to be clear on what that metric is.
Vice Chair, or excuse me, Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, just so that we're procedurally clear on this. I mean, the motion was to close as of Friday, and that's what was seconded. So it sounds like, Director Allen, you want to expand on that based on the discussion. So that we're procedurally clear, I would suggest either withdrawing the previous motion and making a new motion that with all of the details that you're expressing, or amending that initial motion with this additional with these additional pieces to it, just so that we don't have two motions kind of pending at the same time. We clean up that we take that the initial motion and either withdraw it and then restate it as a new motion or amend that initial motion. Otherwise, we have potentially two motions out there.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I would like to amend the original motion to end on February 7th.
Chair Vu, Director Allen, one consideration I'd like the board to consider is February 7th is into the second semester, which means that we're going to have students shifting classes and going to new schedules online. And, you know, I don't think it's a good idea. I think we should, and I mean, if this is the direction that the board is going to go, I think it's very problematic to start a new semester online.
I did take that into consideration, and I know that the first week of school is usually centered around relationship building and social emotional, and even in elementary, it's still, there's some transition days in there where lessons aren't actually rolling out until either later in the week or the beginning of the second week of semesters. So I think it would be actually fit right in comfortably because they'd be able to do that online. They'd be able to get to know each other and do those things online.
So just for the record, Dr. Allen, can you restate your motion again?
Again?
Excuse, I'm sorry.
The amendment needs to be seconded.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So you're at, excuse me, Chair Vu, you're asking Director Allen to state her amendment to her motion. And just, again, for procedural purposes, and I realize this gets a little clunky, but the motion to amend then would need a second and a vote to approve the amendment. Then the motion as amended in its entirety would be up for approval. So it's a two-step process. It would be a vote to allow the amendment to the initial motion. If that passes, then the board would take action on the motion in its entirety, so the motion as amended.
But once it's seconded, we can have a discussion about the 31st or the 7th, correct? And then it will be voted on. Because it's still just seconding, we can still have conversation on that.
If it's seconded, conversation on the amendment, yes.
Gotcha.
Sorry, through the chair, Director Allen. Excuse me.
So do I have do I have to say the whole thing to be clear? I would like to amend the original motion to move to virtual learning Friday, January 2nd, to state that we end on February 7th. Do I have a second?
Second.
January 20, what did I say? 21st. It's killing me. Midnight mind. I'm going to pull it together. I'm usually in bed by this time. I motion to move to virtual learning Friday, January 21st for a 10-day span to end on February 7th. Do I have a second?
Second.
At this point, is there discussion regarding the amendment? If not, then Dr. Allen can continue with the amended motion in full.
Chair Vu, so if there's no discussion on the amendment, then a vote on whether or not to accept the amendment would be in order. Yes.
There's no discussion.
Okay, is there a discussion to accept the amendment? Okay.
Vote, please.
And so I have a question. Accepting the amendment is not the same as approving the motion, is that correct?
No, it's
Okay.
through the chair, Vice Chair Kopp. No, it's a two-step process. Voting to accept the amendment is not a vote on the merits of the motion.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, at this time, we have a motion on the table to accept the previous motion. Now, the current motion is to go to virtual learning January 21st and move to February 2nd.
Excuse me, Chair.
We have to
Before the board is it's a motion to amend
Motion to amend, all
the
right.
initial motion. The amendment being to add an end date of, I'm sorry, Director Allen.
February 7th
Okay, thank you.
to the original motion. We had a second. I count the previous conversation that Dr. Gothard.
Okay, so that was seconded by Uriah Ward. Do we vote at this point?
Yes.
Seconded by Director Henderson. At this point, we vote, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go ahead.
Ready? Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Cott.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Right, any conversation on, now we're moving to now we're moving to vote on this, correct? So if there's no conversation, we're moving to vote on this. Go ahead, Director Ward.
Well, just real quick. So the motion as it is presented, it talks about what we're going to be doing for those 2 weeks, but it doesn't talk about what we're doing after. So there's still room for us to come together and have a conversation about, okay, well, after we have this period, what are we doing next? And it could be something similar to what we were talking about before or something else, right? Yeah? Make sure I have the understanding correct.
I just want to be clear so I can guide my team. What does that mean exactly?
It means that this resolution that we're talking about talks about what we're doing through February 7th and doesn't talk about what we're doing afterwards. And so that's a different conversation that we'll need to have, is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make sure I understand that that is what this resolution means.
This resolution, this motion means that students and staff report full in person on February 7th.
But as a district, though, you're recommending this to go into effect beyond February 7th, correct? So why would it not still stand?
I didn't say that it wouldn't still stand,
okay.
but we're in person right now, and we would start at just like we are today with the plan that was rolled out.
I want to recommend, though, that we take this into consideration as we move into closer to February 7th by looking at the schools and where we're at and taking this matrix or some matrix or whatever it is we decide here is the right thing to do into consideration. We don't just make the decision that on February 7th, everybody automatically goes back into person. We need to still have something in play for the future because COVID is not going anywhere. It actually might manifest into a whole nother thing. And so we have to have something in place moving forward as to how we're going to handle this.
Chair Vu, I'm going to share the level of discomfort I have right now in how we are coming at very important details. Right now, I need to share that staff and our families have all received a plan that alerts them to temporary shifts to virtual learning. Not for all, only if. And we have 9 schools who are kind of at that only if stage right now. If we, in fact, are going to have the entire district in virtual learning until February 7th, I don't know what February 7th is going to look like other than I believe that we should come back in person to evaluate where we're. I don't know how we'll know. So, and I think the community and our families also, their fear is that we go out, we never come back. So I want to be very clear, and I don't want to have to call special meetings for us to make this up as we go. I think February, if the board votes that we're out until February 7th, our community needs to hear that on February 7th, we are back in school. This is how other districts have transitioned. Milwaukee Public Schools back today after their period of time. We cannot continue. It's my belief that we should not continue to keep the community wondering.
Okay, so we heard the recommendation from superintendent. I want to be clear on what the motion on the table is at this point. The motion is to go to virtual learning January 21st and on February 2nd. February 2nd, 7th. Okay. February 7th. That's what we're voting on right now. Yes, time to vote.
Did you have a question?
So I guess just a point of clarification. So what we're hearing from Superintendent Gothard is that if we do pass this, it's important to make sure that people know that we are in fact coming back in person afterwards, and that any evaluation of where we are should happen after we come back and see how in-person learning is going again. And hopefully we can stay in person. And that if there was a situation where, something else was needed, we would have to evaluate that and talk to community stakeholders after coming back. Is that sort of what you were saying?
Chair Vu, Director Ward, the plan that families and staff received today didn't have an end date on it. We, again, are creating this thing in real time, as dynamic as possible, to make sure that we can account for schools that are relatively healthy and want to remain in person, their families want to remain in person, their staff want to remain in person, their principals want to remain in person. I want them to remain in person. We are unilaterally making a decision to move schools into a substandard method of learning. I know this because I went on national TV over a year ago and had to share with the nation that more than half of our students were failing classes. We have mental health and social emotional learning challenges that are numerous, that we are still trying to find the best ways to understand. And it is, talking to my peers that have college age students, it's the same thing. The one thing that our communities need right now is some consistency. Omicron is not our friend when it comes to consistency, but we can control the ability that we have to work together and come up with a plan for us to move in and out temporarily if the need arises. So I am very much against this motion. I don't think it's the right thing for our community. I think on February 7th, if this passes, that we would come back and that absolutely the plan that I've already shared with staff and with families would be intact.
Okay, are we prepared to vote, or should I restate the motion, General Counsel? What's your recommendation?
Chair Vu, I guess to be clear, I would restate the motion prior to taking a vote on that.
Currently, the motion on the table is to go to virtual learning Friday, January 22nd, and January 21st, sorry, January 21st, and end February 2nd. No, what am I saying? February 7th. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
I'm sorry, just a second. What? Point of clarification.
February 4th would be the end of the second week. What I heard Director Allen say was a return on Monday, February 7th.
That is correct.
Okay, so it needs to end on February 4th, correct? Okay. Yeah. All right. So
thank you.
Again, the motion on the table is to go to virtual learning Friday, January 21st, and end on February 4th. Okay, vote please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
No.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
No.
Director Ellis,
No.
Director Foster,
No.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion does not pass 3-4. Right, so let's get on with the agenda. Sure.
Chair Vu, members of the board, I just wanted to share with you some additional details. The plan as it was shared today will be in place. There is no current expiration on it, it's something that you will have frequent sight of. I plan to share with you a daily update on where each school is at and where some of those other dynamics are. You will be informed as quickly as possible as things change very quickly. And I also want to encourage you to continue to stay in contact with me, as I do believe that by alerting our community that there is a wide range of discretion for us to have to alter our plans. And I understand that, and I'm willing to take the responsibility for that. I feel like the communication to our community is there. They're looking at it. The feedback that I've gotten has been, I think people understand it, not all. But nonetheless, I think now, I'm willing to make, decisions that may not be, spelled out in that plan if we feel that there's a need to make a different one. And that could be for an individual site, a level, or the entire district. Hopefully we don't get to that level. But I just want to thank you for the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Goddard. Next is the human resources transaction. Turn it over to you.
Chair Vu, members of the board, tonight I ask that you approve the human resources transactions for the month of December.
I move to approve the human resources transactions for dates of December 1st through December 31st, 2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Allen. Vote please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Next on the item is the consent agenda, and I'd like to move to approve all items within the consent agenda with these items pulled for separate consideration. A2, acceptance of the gift from the Thielen Foundation has been requested to be pulled for general review. And E14, request permission to purchase COVID-19 test kits from Vault Health.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
So moved. Second.
Second, I'm great. Seconded by Director Foster. Vote please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster, Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. A2 was pulled by Director Ellis, and I'll turn it over to her.
I was at Humboldt last week and I heard this news about a new space for students at Humboldt. I don't know how often they use the current weight room, but super excited that they're about to get a new one, and just wanted that information and to be shared with the board about how this came to be.
I never get this right. Director Vu, Superintendent Gotha, members of the board. My name is Efe Agbamu. I am one of 4 assistant superintendents. So I have the pleasure of introducing the athletic director of Humboldt, and he's going to speak about this grant. It's a grant we're pretty excited about, and over here.
Chair of the board, Vu, Superintendent Gothard, directors of the board. My name is Matt Osborne. I'm the athletic director at Humboldt High School, and I'm thankful for the time this evening to share with you a great opportunity we have at Humboldt to work with the Adam Thielen Foundation. He's a wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings, and he and his wife have a foundation that we were connected through Otto Kraus, who was our head football coach with our new co-opt team with Humboldt and Harding High School. And now Otto has taken over as athletic director of Harding High School. And the Thielen Foundation approached him to work with our co-op because they were aware of the increased expenses of combining two football programs and equipment, uniforms, and so on. They also told him that they were evaluating and looking for a site to help improve a fitness center in St. Paul. And thankfully, coach, now A.D. Krause, suggested that they work with Humboldt because we are in desperate need of updating this facility. And they are prepared to come through and with the grant help us do that. And we are looking for your support tonight to continue with that project.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments by board members on this? If not, I move to approve item A2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Cox,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion
Thank-
passes 7-0.
Thank you for staying very late with us. I appreciate it.
Item E14 was pulled because it was in addition to agenda, and I'll turn it over to administration.
Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, I'm bringing tonight to you a second request to purchase additional vault test kits for our employee use. This is through grant funding that we have received from the state. And we are utilizing some of the additional leftover resources from that grant funding to purchase an additional 3,000 test kits for use by employees at a cost of $237,000.
Was that it?
That is it.
If is there any discussion by the board? If not, I move to approve item E14. Do I have a second?
Second,
Seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Cox,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is old business, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you very much, Chair Vu. A couple of resolutions before you tonight. The first is our resolution on adopting the resolution mandating masks in all SPPS buildings. And Chief Baker is going to give you this update.
Thanks, Dr. Gothard. Chair Vu, members of the board, I'm bringing before you the adoption of the resolution of the mask mandate that you approved earlier on. Within the resolution, I think it's in under number 5, it says that the Board of Education will review this resolution as necessary. And so this is the opportunity to bring this back before the board. It is the recommendation of administration for there to be no changes to this mask resolution and that we continue with our masking mandate at this time. But that is the recommendation from administration, and we are requesting no changes.
At this point, I open up to board members for comments or questions. Seeing none. All right. We need a vote on this, do we? No. Okay. Next is the review of the resolution for adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution requiring all staff to be either vaccinated against COVID-19 or to submit a regularly scheduled COVID-19 testing. I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Excellent. And for this update, Chair Vu and members of the board, Director Langworthy will share our updates to the vaccination resolution that was passed earlier this year, or earlier last year, late last year.
Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, we would like to revise the current resolution for testing and, I'm sorry, trying to get my train of thought here, acknowledgement and testing for the vaccine to have it where we would say starting February 1st, 2022, when eligible, All current staff shall be required to provide acknowledgement of receipt of a booster vaccination. That's based on current guidelines. Staff who receive the Moderna or Pfizer vaccine series or a combination series are eligible at least 5 months after completing their primary vaccination series. Staff who receive the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, people are eligible at least 2 months after completing the COVID vaccination. Booster eligibility for other World Health Organization vaccination series will follow CDC and WHO guidelines, and booster guidelines are subject to change. Staff would be notified of any subsequent changes by our Department of Student Health and Wellness. And part of why we're looking to make this shift is the additional push for how effective you are when you have the booster vaccine jumping from 35 to 75% effectiveness. I'm trying to encourage all of our staff to get vaccinated and get boosted.
This time I open up for questions for board members. Director Ward.
So the way, I guess I understand the way this would work is like the new definition for fully vaccinated would include a booster. And if there were staff that for whatever reason did not want to get a booster, they could then opt into weekly testing. Even if they had had 2 vaccines previous, without the booster, they would then have to opt in. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Director Ward, that's correct. People would be required to acknowledge that they've been boosted. And if they don't acknowledge, they would be required to test weekly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? All right, if not, then I would move to approve resolution adopting St. Paul Public Schools resolution requiring all staff either to be vaccinated against COVID-19 or to submit a regularly scheduled COVID-19 testing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Ward. Vote, please.
Director Ward.
Yes.
Director Wu.
Yes.
Director Allen. Yes. Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is information requests and responses, as well as any future agenda items. I will open up to board members. Any future, URI Ward or Director Ward.
Yeah. I don't know. I sort of think that one thing I mentioned earlier on, an email. We don't, there have been times whenever we have a big expectation for people to come for public comment, and we don't have time enough for them to speak. I think it'd be nice to have some sort of mechanism that we could opt into to allow for a longer public comment period. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I think that'd be nice to talk about. If there is something of great public interest, giving people more time to come and air their concerns and give us a chance to hear them is something that I would like to talk about. It's something else. I think that I'm not sure if it's procedurally difficult to do this, but whenever there are folks here who are coming from like a specific agenda item, or there's like a large public interest in a specific agenda item, and then it's all the way at the end of the meeting, I think it makes it harder for people to participate, in coming to board meetings and being engaged with the thing that they're here to do. Like we had those folks from the Thielen Foundation here for like longer than Viking fans have been waiting for a good season. It took a while. And so if there's a way we can move those items up in the agenda, I'm not sure procedurally if it's possible, but I'd like to look at that.
Thank you, Director Ward. Any other board members? Future agenda items, information request? Seeing none, next is the board education reports and communications, and I'll open up to board members. I just have something to report. I attended the Minnesota School Board Association leadership training last week, and by far I think the most useful part of that events is meeting other school board members from other districts. But what was an extra joy to me is seeing our fellow board member Zuki Ellis get recognized. At an earlier part of the day, Superintendent Gothard already recognized Director Ellis, but I kind of want to open the floor for her to talk about her experiences and how valuable it was.
Okay, with almost midnight mind, right? So I finished my term on MSBA, and Director Kimberly Caprini from Minneapolis will be the director for Director District 8, which is St. Paul and Minneapolis. The discussion in our Director District meeting was that a lot of other school districts in the Director Districts, there's more than 2, and there's just Minneapolis and St. Paul. So there are several conversations that happen there. One, because St. Paul and Minneapolis are 2 and 3 in size in the state, and Anoka Hennepin being the largest, that we should all get a seat at MSBA. And I hope that that is work that everybody on this board continues to push, because they can't remain the same when everything around them is changing. Everything. Second, you know, I have met really great school board members from attending MSBA meetings and conferences and having the opportunity to travel with MSBA for delegate assemblies with the National School Board Association, which they are no longer partnered with. But I've had a lot of really amazing experiences. And of course, with like every amazing experience, you also have like frustrations when things don't move the way you would like them to move. And when you spend multiple years doing something and hoping that it's moving and that the fact that you're there makes a difference and it matters. And I'm not sure that I've always felt like that's what was happening. And so, one, I appreciate my time. I've learned a lot. 2, I'm glad to have passed that off. I think that it needed new energy, and I was not that person anymore. And so I will be here to support Director Caprini as she slides into that space. I hope that she gives them hell, which I know she will. And I also I encourage board members, and I know we have the Council of Great City Schools, but I also want us to recognize that we are putting money and paying to be a part of MSBA. And so what we're saying or doing or not saying and not doing is noticed. And so I ask that all of you reach out to Kimberly and support her, Director Caprini, just to ask if there's anything that she needs while she's occupying that space. I don't know what the current makeup of the board looks like. I haven't looked at the new board directors yet. But that is a space that in the time that I have been in it, have been the only person of color on that board. And so we need to be keeping an eye on our people who are in those spaces because it's hard. And so Director Caprini, Minneapolis, you can find her, reach out to her, encourage her, support her. And I hope that Minneapolis and St. Paul Executive Committee gets an opportunity to sit down and hash out some things and talk about the future and how we work together better. And hopefully with our own seats. So that's pretty much it. It was what it was, and it was good, and it was bad, and it was ugly, and it was. I'm scared about the future of education, and I'm also trying to be really hopeful about what we can create and who we can be. So, and that has to be done with people who are not moving at the same pace you're not, or that you are and they're not. And so I need all of you to move to get them to move a little bit faster. So.
Thank you, Director Ellis. I just want to let you know that your time on the MSBA board has been recognized by us, and we will ensure that your work continues. Next on the agenda is future meeting schedule. Oh, okay. Go ahead. I thought nobody else wanted to, but go ahead, Director Ellis.
No. I've been in spaces. So I had the opportunity to be in a few different spaces. One, I got to go to a PSEO class at Humboldt High School. That was amazing. I was blown away by the level of intellect those young people are carrying. I'm really excited for our future, and so I was really happy to see that. They literally were having college level conversations in college level style inside of Humboldt High School. It was amazing. So that was one. I also was invited by the Black Student Union to Central High School last week to hear about the segregation that is at Central High School. It is a problem that has existed since I was at Central High School. And it didn't stop and start because in the 1990s, Tish Jones wrote a poem called Tracks that also talked about the segregation in Central High School. For those who haven't gone to Central or don't know about this, but the advanced classes and the IB classes are on the 4th and 5th floors. The regular gen ed classes and special ed are on the bottom floors. And then when I was there, they had what was called the black box. Or you went to the bottom floor to the theater arts area. And that was kind of where they shoveled the knuckleheads, right? So I ended up in the black box, right? But it gave me some audio skills in the process and speaking skills. It was disturbing to me that almost 30 years later, we're still dealing with the same problems. I was glad to see that the student body was concerned for the first time because I had never seen that before. And honestly, when I accepted the invitation, I assumed it would be a high percentage of brown and black students that were there to hold me accountable. And it wasn't. It was actually the Black Student Union, and it was all the students from the AP and IB class that were out in the auditorium there to hold me accountable. And so I just hope that as a district, we take the time to really listen to our students and we start to they had some really clear ideas about how to tweak things to give opportunity to black and brown students in the space. I hope that we take that into consideration. And I also hope that we start to look at the forefront of what's happening that prevents our brown and black kids from being in those spaces. And I'm talking about literally the school to prison pipeline, the lack of literacy in third grade that puts students into a particular track, as Tish Jones stated, and they remain in that track. And I hope that we start to make the changes and start to interrupt that process so that by the time students are getting to 8th and 9th grade, they are prepared to take those advanced classes if they choose so. So I had that opportunity. It was great. And then I also had the opportunity to attend the student walkouts. They were well organized. I am an activist. I am an organizer. And there's a young student that is at Highland High School. And as I spoke to the crowd yesterday at our MLK activist event in the streets, I talked about this student because I guarantee you that Dr. Martin Luther King did not have the ability to mobilize people at the age that this student is right now, the way that he does. And so I want us to make sure that we are supporting our students and our student movement that's happening right now because it's powerful. And these students, they know what they want. I talked at the beginning of the pandemic about how things just kind of happened and rolled out the way that they did. We had the strike, we had the pandemic, the George Floyd effect, students were on virtual learning. There was still a lot of learning that happened. And despite the fact that we, as school districts like to think that learning only happens in the classroom, it happened in the streets last year. Those students learned how to organize. They know how to stand up and have their voices amplified. They know how to trigger the media. They know how to trigger the people. And they know how to get their points across. And we need to, and I'm speaking to our board because right now we have not an empty seat, but Andrew Collins, which is a great guy, sitting in our SEEB seat right now. And so we need to really push for making sure that we have student voice and have somebody who's here to represent on a regular basis in our board meetings that is coming from the student body, because they know what they want. They know where they're at, and they know how to get it. So that's about it.
Okay, is there any other reports from board members? Seeing none, next on the agenda is the future meeting schedule. All right, the future meeting can be found online at www.svps.org/BOE or by calling our board secretary at 612-434-1105. As a reminder, our next committee of the board meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 8th, 2022, beginning at 4:30 p.m. Our next regular meeting will be held Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with public comment, followed by the start of the regular board meeting at 6:05. Please view the board website for updates or to be added to the mailing list of public notices. Please contact our board secretary. And with that, I motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Ward,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen, yes. Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Henderson.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn passes 7-0. Time is 11:15. We are adjourned.